5:30, and we do have quorum, so I will call this meeting of the Plan Commission to order. We have a few words from our tech facilitator before we get started. Jesse?
All right, welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking on the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered on Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is public comment. I do not have a record that there are any public comments. Could you confirm, Ms. Stouter? No public comments. Okay. Moving on to communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Do we have any disclosures or recusals? Seeing no raised hands, we have no disclosures or recusals. I do have a brief communication based upon the desire of the Plan Commission for the chairs of the UDC to meet with the chair of the Plan Commission. We did hold a meeting. So I, along with Vice Chair Cantrell, met with the chair and vice chairs of the Urban Design Commission, along with staff members, including Mr. Furco, Ms. Stouter, and the staff member who supports the Urban Design Commission. And there were a few main things that came out of that meeting that I wanted to share with you. The first thing is that it would be helpful for the Urban Design Commission to better respond to our referrals if the motions were a bit clearer. So, for example, our motion would be better able to be implemented if we direct the applicant to provide needed information and designs to the UDC based upon what our perspective or concern is. Staff will help in wording those referrals so that it's clearer to the Urban Design Commission exactly what we are looking for from them. Then the Urban Design Commission will address each point that is specified by the Plan Commission, and then will be clear on their findings and conclusions, and staff will report back to us then on what the Urban Design Commission's findings and conclusions are. And then lastly, we talked about having a virtual tour of recently completed projects that UDC and the Plan Commission had approved or provided input for. So this would be, again, it would be like the bus tours of the past, but instead it would be a virtual tour. So staff will be working on coming up with an approach to do that kind of tour, which will provide us and the Urban Design Commission with really some feedback about how successful our approvals have been and criteria have been. So Ms. Stouter or Commissioner Cantrell, do you have anything to add to that information? Okay, neither have information to add. So thank you all very much. And we will then proceed to the next item on our agenda, which is approval of minutes of the September 14th regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing no raised hands, I would ask for a motion to approve the minutes. Commissioner Cantrell has moved approval. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. And I will assume unanimous consent unless there is a raised hand to object. There are no raised hands to object. Minutes pass unanimously. Upcoming meetings. The next regular meeting of the Plan Commission is October 19th, to be followed by two in November, November 9th and November 23rd. We also have a special working session on October 29th from 5 p.m. till 8 o'clock, and that will be focusing on transportation issues. We have one special item of business. Agenda item 2, Legistar 623882, adopting amendments to the Plan Commission Policies and Procedures Manual. We have gotten a couple of comments from Alders Peck and Rummel. One item is to add information in the Policies and Procedures Manual addressing virtual meetings. Given that it is likely that we will be continuing with virtual meetings for some time, and probably to some extent even after the COVID crisis is over, assuming that it is over at some point, it would be a good idea, as pointed out by Alder Rummel and Heck, to add something to the Policies and Procedures Manual. Then another suggestion is that we add to what is disclosed or reported to the Plan Commission the entity that the speaker is representing. We have been doing that, but it is not specified really in the Policies and Procedures Manual. So that was recommended, that change. Then a couple of smaller typos or small kind of editorial kinds of things, as well as to add to special area plans to note that other previously approved plans can be found on the planning website. And then there were questions about the brightly colored paragraphs in green and some level of confusion about those. So that is what we have heard. Ms. Stouter, was there anything else that I missed among things that you have heard back on?
No, I think that was well covered. Thank you.
Okay, then the question is, are there other items that any of you have noticed? Commissioner Cantrell. You need to unmute yourself. Okay, there you go.
I just have one on page 14 where we talk about when we're grouping people are testifying at a plan commission meeting, either the development team or the opposition to a proposal. It says shall not exceed a total of 9 minutes. And I think in some complex developments where we have traffic studies and all sorts of things like that, that we're going to need more than 9 minutes. So I guess I would hope that we could have a caveat that says that this could be adjusted by the chair in certain circumstances or something like that, to be a little bit flexible, because again, I think most of our development teams and the opposition can give us their points within 9 minutes, but I think in some cases that's not enough time, and that's my only comment.
Okay. Okay. Are there other comments, new comments, or comments about the things that I mentioned that Alder Rummel and Heck suggested as changes, or Commissioner Cantrell's comment? I do not see any raised hands. So we have a couple of options then. One would be to ask staff to work with me to incorporate the changes that have been recommended and bring the Plan Commission policies and procedures back at our next meeting. So that would be one option. Or a motion to go ahead and approve with the assignment of my working with staff to incorporate the recommended changes as heard in my report and from Commissioner Cantrell. That would get us the changed policies and procedures manual more quickly. So I would be looking for one of those two motions, or if somebody has a different idea, that would be fine too. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll move that we approve the procedures and policies with the changes that the chair and staff can incorporate, and that it doesn't have to come back to us for approval. I think that these are pretty minor adjustments, and I think that staff and the chair can make these changes without us seeing it again.
Is there a second to Commissioner Cantrell's motion? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Any discussion? I'm seeing no raised hands, so I will assume unanimous consent unless I do see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to routine business. Agenda item 3, Legistar 61868, authorizing the City of Madison to execute a termination of declaration of covenants conditions and restrictions for the 4th addition to World Dairy Center, 16th Alder District. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
No.
Are there any comments, questions, input? Seeing none, I will assume unanimous consent of the motion unless I see a raised hand to object. Passed unanimously. Agenda item 4, Legistar 62080, authorizing the acceptance of ownership from Crawford Marlboro Nakoma Neighborhood Association of an informational kiosk located within the Southwest Commuter Path Corridor at 833 South Midvale Boulevard near Odana Road, 11th Alder District. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell, seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Any comments, concerns? Seeing none, I will assume unanimous consent unless there's a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Legistar agenda item 5, Legistar 62108, authorizing the execution of a purchase and sale agreement between the City of Madison and Brian David Jansen and Kaylee Hope Jansen for the city's acquisition of the property located at 3457 Milwaukee Street for the expansion of O.B. Sherry Park in the 15th Alder District. And I would like for Ms. Stouter to just say a couple of words about this, if she would, because this is kind of part of a larger process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan was adopted just a few years back, the Parks Division staff and Planning Division staff together recognized a potential opportunity to expand O.B. Sherry Park, which is immediately to the south of the subject property listed here in item 5. And that plan actually recommended that when a group of homes along this stretch became available, that the Parks Division would seek to purchase them for the future expansion of O.B. Sherry Park. And so this, this is one property that would be purchased by the Parks Division for future demolition. And it's important to note here that the demolition of the existing building would come back before the Plan Commission, and that the future proposed use at that time would be expansion of parkland. I believe that this is the second of such properties that the Parks Division has either purchased or had the opportunity to purchase in that short stretch.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. Do I have a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Any comments, questions? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I emailed a question to Heather. I'll just ask it out loud again. So at some point, if you look at the site map, this is a house in between other houses, and I assume the demolition permit would come back to us, and that would be a separate process. You might have said that and I might have missed it, but I want to make sure.
Yes, Ms. Stouter did mention that, but thank you for emphasizing it. It will come back then. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, we do have a motion. I will assume unanimous consent unless I say a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 6, Legistar 62129, authorizing the execution of a permanent sanitary sewer easement together with a temporary construction easement to Madison Metropolitan Sewerage District, as well as a permanent private sanitary sewer easement to Madison Real Estate Consultants, LLC, and accepting a permanent sanitary sewer easement from the city of Fitchburg, all related to Madison Metropolitan Sewerage District's planned project making improvements to the Nine Springs Valley Interceptor along portions of the Cannonball Path in the 10th Alder District. Do I have a motion to approve this? So moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we have a motion. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Moving on to the public hearing. It is the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda items on which the staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all the conditions placed upon it by the various city departments on which the applicant accepts those conditions. And there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item tonight. Those items then are placed onto a consent agenda, and they are addressed at the beginning of the public hearing section of our meeting. If a member of the commission requests separation, the item is removed from the consent agenda and taken up in the regular course of business. Of the items before us today, the following are proposed for the consent agenda. Agenda item 15, 16, 17, 18, and 20. Are there any requests for separation?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We do have a few registrants wishing to speak in support of item 17 that would have been on the consent agenda. I have not heard from those registrants yet, and I'm not sure if our tech facilitator might be able to tell if they are on the call. In some cases, we could assume that they don't need to speak, but I'd love to hear that from them if possible.
Okay. Why don't we take that off then of the consent agenda, and we will, with the consent of the body, take that up first, since some of our items are going to be quite long, so that those few people who wish to speak in support of this would not have to stay on the call so long. So if I don't see anybody objecting, I will assume that we can then take that out of order. Okay, then moving on with the consent agenda, I will read the items into the record. Again, agenda item 15, Legistar 61675, 10009, Sweet Willow Pass, 9th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential plan district for a residential building complex, and consideration of a conditional use in the TRP district for outdoor recreation to allow construction of 3 multi-family buildings containing 110 apartments with a pool and clubhouse. Next item on the consent agenda, agenda item 16, Legistar 61816, 2406 Winona Way, 14th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use for lakefront development to allow construction of an accessory building for a single-family residence on a lakefront parcel. Agenda item 18, Legistar 61818, located at 4222 Yuma Drive, 10th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential consistent 1 district to construct an accessory building exceeding 576 square feet in consideration of a conditional use in the TRC1 district for an accessory dwelling unit to allow construction of a detached accessory dwelling unit. And last then on our consent agenda, agenda item 20, Legistar 61871, amending subsection 4 and subdivision 4A entitled Dimensional Requirements, Permitted and Conditional Uses of section 28.053 entitled Traditional Residential Planned District. I will open the public hearing, and having no speakers on those, I will close the public hearing. Do I have a motion to approve our consent agenda? So moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I will assume unanimous consent of our consent agenda unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, our consent agenda passes unanimously. Okay, moving on then, as raised before, we will move to agenda item 17. Legistar 61817, 2758 Dairy Drive, 16th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the suburban employment district for a public or private school. And I don't believe we really need a staff report on this. It's pretty clear, I think, and seems to be pretty non-controversial. So moving to then, I will open the public hearing, and the first person on the list who wishes to speak is Arthur Richardson, 60 Craig Avenue, Madison, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak. Mr. Richardson.
Chair, none of the 3 registered to speak are in attendance currently.
Okay, thank you. Given that, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions of staff on this one? If not, I'm looking for a motion to Commissioner Cantrell.
I move approval.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
For the 3rd time.
Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Are there any comments or questions?
No.
Seeing none, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Okay, now back to the other items for public hearing. Agenda item 7, 62385, reconsideration of the Plan Commission's September 14th, 2020 actions regarding 109 to 209 Cottage Grove Road and 3900 Monona Drive. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move reconsideration of as you said, but Legistar items 61594, 61384, and 61387.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I missed the last meeting, so based on that, I have the privilege, I guess, to ask for reconsideration. And I was kind of sick, so I didn't really go in depth that weekend before, but when I saw the news the next day, I was somewhat surprised that the Plan Commission placed it on file. I understand and I noticed myself the limited amount of commercial, but I got a call from the applicant, and I asked if he would be willing to make any changes. And when he said he would, I did some due diligence, and I talked to staff and the alder, and then decided to bring it back for reconsideration. So there's a new plan. I didn't want to just reconsider what was the past, but something with changes. And so, we'll see what happens with the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Do we have discussion? Well, first, are there any questions in regard to the reconsideration? Seeing no raised hands, discussion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Can staff talk about the proposed change? I think that would be appropriate, don't you think? Giving us is that appropriate now? I mean, eventually we need to talk about that, and I think that's why potentially Alder Rummel has asked for reconsideration.
And we will hear about that if the motion to reconsider passes.
Okay. Well, in that respect, I was one of the three commission members that voted in favor of this project last time, and I think that the alternate proposal that they brought back addresses a lot of the concern. I think that was raised at the last meeting, that the project needed some additional commercial, and I think that obviously, in my opinion, it addressed that. We're not going to get 31,000 square feet in this building, but with the configuration of the building we have. But I think that what's proposed meets our planned concepts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Yes, in addition to Commissioner Cantrell, I want to bring everyone's attention to the staff report. They provided some of their economic development data that they collect for the two market areas that kind of surround and include the subject property. And although I'm glad Matt's here, because it's a lot of percentages and numbers that maybe that when we have reconsideration, we can ask more questions about that. And I guess I think we also discussed you all discussed at the last meeting, the Cottage Grove Activity Center plan. And I would also like once, if you agree to reconsider that, we have a more in-depth discussion about that than we had at the last meeting. So I hope you will go through this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Without regard to the revisions in the proposal, although I think Alder Rummel brings up some good points, that those are things we can discuss if this is reconsidered. I'm going to vote yes for the reconsideration, just out of respect for Alder Rummel and her desire to have a fuller discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Any other comments before we vote on the motion? Okay, we have one. Alder Foster.
Thanks. I wasn't going to comment, but just thought I would add that Alder Rummel did reach out to me and shared her intent to do this. And while I wasn't extremely excited about the proposition of that when she shared it with me, I certainly do appreciate some of the changes that have been made, and I don't object to having the item be brought back up for reconsideration.
Thank you, Alder Foster. We do have a motion to reconsider on the floor. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. That takes us then to agenda items 8, 9, and 10. Agenda item 8, Legistar 61594, creating section 28.022 through 00464 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 209 Cottage Grove Road, 15th Alder District, from Commercial Corridor Transitional District to Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Agenda item 9, Legistar 61384, 109 to 209 Cottage Grove Road and 3900 Monona Drive, 15th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish 3 commercial buildings, consideration of a conditional use in the proposed neighborhood mixed use district to construct a mixed use building with greater than 24 dwelling units, consideration of a conditional use in the NMX district for a building exceeding 10,000 square feet, consideration of a conditional use in the NMX district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 8 units, consideration of a conditional use in the NMX district for a mixed-use building with less than 75% non-residential ground floor area, consideration in the NMX district of a building with a street facing width greater than 40 feet, that at least 75% of the ground floor frontage facing the primary street be non-residential unless approved as a conditional use, and consideration of a conditional use in the NMX district for a building exceeding 3 stories and 40 feet to construct a 4-story mixed-use building with 2,500 square feet of commercial space and 78 apartments and a 4-story apartment building with 110 units. Agenda item 10, Legistar 61387, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Prime Urban Properties LLC located at 109 to 209 Cottage Grove Road and 3900 Monona Drive, 15th Alder District. Since we had a staff presentation at our last Plan Commission meeting, I'm not going to ask for a repeat of that, but rather will open the public hearing and hear from registrants. Our first registrant is Kevin Burrows, 7601 University Avenue, Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, representing Kanothi Bruce Architects. Mr. Burrow.
All right, good evening. Thank you very much for your time and the reconsideration of this project. What we have before you is the site plan as presented the last time. The only new graphics on this plan is in regards to some additional street trees being shown on the front of our property to clarify what the landscaping plan already had included. We have also introduced some benches and made some outdoor amenity areas along the sidewalk to enhance the streetscape. We can go to the next slide, please. Here is the proposed changes to the plan with regards to the amount of commercial space, and hopefully this is clearly understood. On the western side, we have the 2,500 square feet of commercial space, which anchored along Monona Drive. And then we also have now created a co-working space along the northern side, immediately adjacent to that, which is available for public use and also for the residents. We've also now taken the fitness area of the building and almost doubled it in size and located this on the first floor, which is now also open to the public, fronting along Cottage Grove Road. And then adjacent to that, we have live-work units as previously proposed. But the major changes in regards to the western or the eastern side of the building with regards to live-work units on both frontages of that building entirely. So now we have a total of 10 live-work units fronting along Cottage Grove Road. And we've also created a 2,500 square foot space on the eastern end to anchor that as labeled as commercial and or live work units as well, depending upon how market demands would come about. Just for reference, so this building will not be brought online for another 2 years. The initial western building will be constructed in phase 1. Then a year later, the second building will be constructed and completed a year after that. So we're looking about 3 years out. So it's really hard to predict the actual use needs of the commercial space versus the live work units. Next slide, please. Here are the renderings of the building. We'll walk all the way around the perimeter of the building to just highlight what we have designed here. So we can now see the commercial space anchored on the western end, fronting along Monona Drive. And then the building does step back at the 4th floor level to have larger outdoor patio space available. Next slide, please. Here's the basically the gateway element at the anchor of the building, which is a 4-story element in that curved space, which is has apartment units within it. And then the commercial space wraps around that front corner. Next slide, please. Here's another view of that anchored end, where you can see the access to the co-working space and also the access to the main apartment lobby entrance shown in the center of the screen there. And we also have created a large plaza available in front, which could be utilized by both the commercial space and the co-working space for all public use. Next slide, please. Here's additional views looking down Cottage Grove Road, where you can see now we've accented the signage to really clarify the potential uses of these live work units, where you could have an insurance salesman, a possible salon, or an attorney. Next slide, please. Here's a highlight to really clarify how we've created some outdoor gathering space in each of these live work units, such that they could have outdoor meeting space, which is critically important in the conditions we're in right now with COVID.
Mr. Burrow, that concludes your 3 minutes. The next registrant is Joe Krupp, 3010 Woodland Trail, Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, representing Prime Urban Properties. And again, 3 minutes. Mr. Krupp.
Good evening. Tim, can you put up the slide presentation, please? Okay, good evening. My comments will focus on a vision of how the Cottage Grove corridor might evolve into a walkable and thriving retail street. First of all, we have to look at where we're starting from. Next slide, Tim. The 2017 market study acknowledges the decline in the retail industry on both a national and local level, which has been further exacerbated by increasing diversion of retail spending to online purchases. Next slide. The vacancy rate addendum staff report provided the Plan Commission doesn't tell the whole story. Total commercial vacancy segmented by neighborhood center retail and mixed use currently is approaching 10%. The primary trade area vacancy in these segments is much higher, as shown by the next slide. Next slide, please. The 2017 study points out that the potential users that might be attracted to the Cottage Grove corridor are low rent driven users, and further states that these users are not those that are typically contribute to a walkable mixed use environment. They are auto-centric businesses relying on a large trade area to draw in their customer base. The comment that I found in the study that I find most challenging and concerning is, quote, few of the coffee shops, restaurants, and specialty shops desired by the residents will find the corridor an attractive place to locate based on too few customers in the neighborhood, ability to draw from a broader trade area, and competing districts such as Shanks Corners that offer more attractive environment for those uses. Next slide, please. Having spent, wait a minute, you're ahead, go back one. Having spent my entire development career in the Shanks Corners, I can attest it wasn't always as cool as it is today. The Shanks Atwood Business District Plan adopted in 2000 laid out specific goals and identified development opportunity sites. I was involved in many of the changes that occurred in the core triangle, including the transition of the Eastwood Theater into the Barrymore. I redeveloped the gas station that now houses Monty's Blue Plate, and facilitated a land exchange with United Way that allowed Kennedy Place, the first major redevelopment project in the neighborhood. Since the plan was adopted, I've developed projects that have added about 500 residents and retail spaces to within a block of this business district. What has made the neighborhood truly a walkable neighborhood with viable retail is the result of 4 primary factors. 1, reliance on the Barrymore and United Way as destination points. 2, adequate convenient parking that serves non-pedestrian customers. United Way and Kennedy Place parking lots, in addition to on-street parking, support viable retail uses. Number 3, having attracted specialty businesses and restaurants, the district has been able to capture a larger trade area. And finally, the addition of quality housing options within walkable distance from the neighborhood center and the construction of projects close to the street that have created a walkable, pleasant walking environment. Next slide.
Mr. Krupp, that concludes your time. Thank you.
Is there any way I can have a minute and a half?
No, I'm sorry. The next registrant is Sofia Qureshi, in support and wishing to speak, located at 1958 Atwood Avenue, Madison, representing Prime Urban Properties.
Hi, my name is Sophia. I'm just waiting for the slideshow, please. So, next slide. Next slide. This is all Joe's. Thank you. I'm elaborating on the commercial corridor that we re-envisioned as per the 2017 Cottage Grove Activity Center plan. The slides here directly quote from the plan as indicated on the bottom right-hand corner of each slide. Next. The Cottage Grove Activity Center plan states that while adding a considerable amount of housing units in the activity center will not dramatically change the retail picture, some very limited neighborhood serving retail could successfully accompany some of this development. Next. While calling for density and limited neighborhood serving retail, the plan further identifies what's termed as neighborhood weaknesses. These are vacant businesses, a lack of dining options, a lack of trees, and no benches. Next. In order to address these weaknesses, the community plan envisions an activity center that might include fitness opportunities, restaurants, and incubator flex space for startups, personal and professional services, and streetscape amenities. Next. In order to align with the plan's vision, we reimagined a commercial aspect of our project as a mixed-use activity center. As part of this project, we imagine and are actively recruiting an eating option for the corner of Monona and Cottage Grove with some outdoor seating options, a co-working and community space, which a startup or an individual might use, an exercise space with a yoga and Pilates section, and a public benches, trees, and planters along Cottage Grove, and a street-facing bike rack. Next. We hope the co-working space will accommodate both private and communal workspace, an event space, and a communal kitchen. Next. As part of addressing the need for personal and professional services, we designed a commercial work-live corridor stretching the entire front of the project, which has the potential to host various types of services. As directly requested in the plan, we've also included outdoor meeting spaces in front of these offices. Some of these services might be beauty, therapy, accounting, healthcare, childcare, art, etc. Next. In conclusion, by adding 184 units, trees, public benches, and ample commercial space with the hope of hosting an eating option, we hope to address both the weaknesses and the retail requests as directly identified in the neighborhood plan. Next. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Qureshi. Our next registrant is Tyler Krupp, 1958 Atwood Avenue, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Prime Urban Properties. Mr. Krupp.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Tim. Can you put the slideshow back up, please? My name is Tyler Krupp. I'm with the developer. We had a great conversation with Alder Foster last week in which he encouraged us to express any reassurances we might offer around the commercial use in the space. So I'd like to offer some of those reassurances here today. Next slide, please. So as you can see from the floor plans, our commitment to long-term commercial tenants is literally built into the space. On the co-working and fitness center, we've dedicated nearly 3,600 square feet of space, both of which have public access facing Cottage Grove. Likewise, on the work-live floor plans, you can see the work portion of each space has a dedicated entry both at the front and back of the space. Next slide, please. We also have strong incentives to pursue commercial tenants in the spaces. With the co-working and fitness space, we've allocated more square footage than we could ever justify as a building amenity. That means we'll be looking for a third-party operator to make those viable commercial entities. Next slide. Likewise, with the work-live space, the commercial tenant is actually a preferred tenant for us as they're likely to sign long-term leases. Note that the incentive to search for commercial tenants with long-term leases persists across time. So each time those units become vacant, we'll have an incentive to look for that long-term tenant. Next slide, please. And lastly, we want to reassure people that we realize this is a difficult commercial market and we'll need to take proactive efforts to market these spaces. As was mentioned previously, we're actively pursuing dining tenants for the Western commercial space. We've started to imagine what sort of tenant might occupy the Eastern commercial space. And most significantly, we've started conversations with our in-house management team and marketing team to think through how we might specifically target the professional service providers who we imagine as the work-live tenants. I think that's it for us. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gila Shoshany, 4215 Bainbridge Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Hi, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So first of all, if I'd realized that I could have had my husband and kids also sign up to speak, then we too could have chained across 12 minutes, but we didn't. So I want to say that neighborhood planning goes in fads, and I'm afraid that the fad this neighborhood is maybe about to fall into will one day be called the COVID neighborhood, or for short, a slum. See, certain neighborhood trends have stood the test of time, and shops within walking distance of residential have been popular from ancient Egypt to New York City and even Madison. And the fact is, this neighborhood does have a lot of successful retail, even through this pandemic. There's Rocky's, there's Clinky's, there's Rosaria's Pizza, and there's a lot of new ethnic businesses. There's Viet Hoa, which is a large Asian supermarket restaurant. There's Swad, which is a highly successful Indian restaurant. Rosita's Groceries. What's the same about all of these last three ethnic places that I want to talk about are that they started real small and they expanded. So Rosita's was one storefront, now it's two storefronts and a freestanding restaurant. Lake Edge Shopping Center has always been fully tenanted. It's very shishi now, has fish market, bar, restaurant, coffee shop. Coffee shops expanded twice, workout place, bike store. So, one of the ground beliefs about this project is that the current commercial strip there under discussion is vacant, but it's really more a feature of the particular neighborhood than the true retail situation in this neighborhood. Now, I want to turn to the live-work thing, and the live-work thing continues to take up the entire middle of both buildings. It's 10 long units chained along right after the so-called gateway, which means that the gateway becomes a gateway to nowhere. See, I'm the landlord of 2 live-work units, and I'm familiar with the concept. And having people do business in your living room isn't for everyone. In fact, it isn't for most people. And most people, once they start, they kind of give up on it. And then you get curtains on the street rather than activity on the street. And the problem even with the redesign for the live work, which again is the bulk of the street facing, even in the rework plan, is that those stairs. So those exact kind of stairs are current urban planning shorthand for private property in new developments all over Madison. And I can give out addresses of those. They're on Johnson, they're on Willie, and they're first floor units with stairs. And those stairs mean don't trespass on me. And it's not clear to me that putting a sign or knowing that you can get in by the back. See, in the day of ADA, retail and like welcoming people in, it's flat. Stairs are shortened for.
That concludes your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
The next registrant is Jennie Maunna, 1219 Jennifer Street, Madison, neither support nor opposed, and wishing to speak. And a reminder, 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, sure. This is Jennie Maunna. My husband and I own 206 Davidson right behind this proposed development. So I don't feel like I know enough to either oppose or be in favor, but I think what the previous speaker was alluding to is just the concern that those live work areas are really going to just become living spaces, and knowing that my tenants are a mix of lower income folks and retired folks and families that really do need services that are close by, and wanting to have affordable services really near their homes. So really just wanting to see that happen in the community, knowing that we have several families and, folks that need access to services. So just hoping that can really be a focus of this proposal. I'm excited that there's at least more options, but still, I think maybe to some of Grant's communications concern that it just might end up being live as opposed to live work. And I think I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maunna. The next registrant is John Martens, 4118 Hague Avenue, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Mr. Martens.
Thank you. Thanks. I've lived in the Lake Edge neighborhood for 39 years. For all of those years, the Cottage Grove corridor between Monona Drive and Dempsey Avenue has been our local downtown. We could walk to the library, pick up a prescription next door, stop across the street and get some nuts and bolts, go a couple doors down and order a pizza, and while waiting for the pizza, browse through the secondhand store. And somewhere along the way, we would probably run into a neighbor and chat for a while, or pause and have a coffee or even a beer. In the meantime, extensive studies were being done by our city to update our comprehensive plan. One of the results was a designation of this area as the Cottage Grove Activity Center. These local centers that had evolved on their own were not only recognized as valuable assets, but understood as essential for the future development of our city now as it responds to changing social conditions. Through a thoughtful city neighborhood process, we managed to achieve a unique anchor development at the corner of Dempsey and Cottage Grove Roads that is now highly beneficial to both the developer and to the neighborhood. Monona Drive, the other bookend of this critical corridor, also deserves something special. The current proposal is fine in and of itself. Very similar successful developments are popping up in different contexts all over Madison. But this is not a location for a proven one-size-fits-all solution. The intersection of Cottage Grove and Monona Drive is unique, and it demands a unique solution. In the course of the current approval process, we've seen improvement from the first proposal to the current alternate design option, but we are not there yet. The amount of genuine public access space in the current proposal needs to be vastly expanded to reach the critical mass needed to become a true activity center. It is in your power to help us make this corridor into a shining example of 21st century human scale living within a larger urban setting. Please send this proposal back to the drawing board. Please give the developer an opportunity to follow the comprehensive plan and to raise the quality of the whole region while also providing this growing, vibrant neighborhood a reason to walk over to Cottage Grove Road and engage even more as the community that we really are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martens. The next registrant is Catherine Lamb, 3837 Monona Drive, Monona, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Lamb.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the Planning Commission. I have sent a memo with my concerns, and I also asked to speak to share these same concerns. I want to start, though, by adding to what John just said, and that is that we had plenty of commercial activity, which we very much appreciated. I've lived here 14 years. I'm right at the intersection of Cottage Grove Road and Monona Drive. Ace Hardware, it was a wonderful hardware store, and they were told that their rent would be increased and they couldn't afford it. Down on Lakeside, Ben Franklin, again, a very popular store with a wonderful framing shop, weren't even given the option of staying. They were just told to vacate. And they had been there for almost 30 years. So I agree with the gentleman that we have had good commercial activity. I'm concerned about three things related to this plan. When I look through the plan for the activity centers, I noticed that the corner of Cottage Grove Road and Monona Drive, where Walgreens is currently located, is over time becoming multiple unit housing. So in other words, Walgreens is going away and those other professional buildings there are going away. So we will have an intersection that has apartments or multi-unit structures, and I'm sure they'll be beautiful, but multi-unit structures on all four corners. I mean, I find it, number one, aesthetically displeasing. Number two, it concerns me to have all of that runoff going into Lake Monona because we're right on the lake here. And third, I am mainly concerned about traffic. This intersection has been improved and we very much appreciate that, but it's still a very busy intersection. Right now, the only ingress, egress for Walgreens, for example, Walgreens and Harley Liquor Store is either off Monona Drive or Cottage Grove Road. The proposed development at 109 and 209 is set up the same way. There will be ingress, egress from Monona Drive or Cottage Grove Road. And the reason for that is that there are no other streets to speak of. There is no way to exit out of the back side, for example, of Walgreens. And from the plan that I looked at, it appears that that will be the case as well for these new apartments. So I think that we want development, we appreciate it, but I don't think this is the right plan for this area. That's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. That is the last registrant that I have wishing to speak. Have any further ones come in? No. Okay, the last one. Okay. Another registrant is William Barthen, 3542 Sargent Street, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Charla Bilchik, 101 Birchland Place in Monona, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. And she notes that there is a petition of residents that are also opposed. Those are the only ones. There are other registrants, but none of them wish to speak, nor are they available to answer questions. So, are there any questions of any of the registrants? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, I just wonder if Joe Krupp could give us the last minute of what he was going to say about the ability to attract businesses to this area.
Mr. Krupp.
I would love to, thank you. Basically where I was going is I'd like you to have the Sequoia Commons, Royster Commons slide up, Tim, please. I'll start as soon as that slide is up. There you go. Thanks a lot. Where I was going was I was trying to draw a comparison between the Shanks walkability, the Royster Commons site, and how it becomes something similar in terms of a walkable neighborhood. And I have the Sequoia Library as kind of a complete prototype of what has already occurred on the west side of town. My point is that I think that the activity center that this neighborhood wants really needs to focus on the Royster Commons area. It's a major piece of development that's already been committed to, and it's got a lot of the components that I had referred to as being in place in the Shanks Quarter area. Predominantly, there's a good amount of parking to support the additional retail, which at this point is almost 17,000 square feet of vacancy. It's got 300,000 annual site visits that provides the destination draw, and has the surface parking to support the other commercial uses that are now vacant. It's also started to set the street edge by pulling on buildings up to the street, and it provides the neighborhood gathering spot that is expressed as a need in the neighborhood plan. Our proposed project adds approximately 300 new residents, which will improve the possibility of attracting businesses that the neighborhood has expressed as being desirable. This is a project in addition to the Grove and the residents already living in Royster Commons and yet to be built units, along with the new single family neighborhood to the north, provides a critical mass of potential foot traffic. Entry slide, please. Next slide. Our project creates a signature entry point to the quarter, invites new interest and impressions that extend the length of the south side of Cottage Grove Road. Planned crosswalks will provide safe connectivity from the south side of Cottage Grove to the Royster Commons site. I view our proposed project as a significant contributor to both walkability and the eventual viability of desired retail and services in the neighborhood. Our revised plan anticipates those types of uses and provides the flexibility to accommodate as the demand evolves. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Krupp. Did you have further questions? No, okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I have a follow-up with Mr. Krupp. Thank you for making changes. I appreciate it. First, I wanted to ask you about the staff report recommendation that recommended at the Eastern Building that there be an at-grade entrance to the commercial. Is that something you and your team can do?
The plans that were submitted, Marcia, already have an at-grade entrance from the eastern parking lot. And we also have a handicap accessibility main entrance in the center of the building. So I think that might have been an oversight by staff, but our submission had already anticipated that.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking a lot about, the trends about retail and what is the future of a live work. And when we spoke, I think I told you that I had never thought, I'd always been kind of like open to, but skeptical of the live work concept. But now with COVID, it certainly seems like it might be more viable. So I started to change my thinking a little. But given that there's, it's still a little risky. But the one thing that you mentioned at the commercial corner is the last meeting you mentioned potentially a food fight type, your affiliation with them, a restaurant. And of course, I think, thank you. I think that would be, a real amenity. But what strikes me, and here comes my question, is that at the corner, the gateway, there's at-grade outdoor space. And honestly, that just seems like the most unpleasant space to have outdoor eating. Had you all considered a rooftop amenity that could be related to or part of either the restaurant or related to an additional use? Because having up on that fourth floor tower seems like it would be kind of the hot place to go, and suddenly something that would be a real draw. And I'm wondering if you had thought about that.
Well, initially, you're right. There are some good lake views to be captured. And initially, we had our common area up there thinking it would be a great place for all the residents of both phases to have a place to take advantage of that. But as we've been discussing more and more desire to have commercial activity, we looked at bringing that use down to the street along with our work area as a way to have an opportunity to draw the public in. And I think your point about, COVID related, it's right. I mean, this is the time, if some of these concepts have a chance of working, I think this is probably the time that I'm comfortable giving it a chance and taking some steps to see if it can work. But the key in all of this, of course, is flexibility. We don't know what's coming out of COVID and what the overall demand is going to be, but we're providing the opportunities that if it's there, all of these live work units could, if we found uses prior to construction that wanted the entire first floor and didn't want it to be live work but solely work, we'd be very happy to do that. I mean, go ahead, Marcia.
My final question, Joe, is if there is a restaurant at the corner on the ground floor, or hopefully maybe on the roof, it seems like you have only 14 surface parking stalls. There's no on-street parking on either Monona or Cottage Grove Road. So had you thought about, like, I know it's so easy for zoning staff to give you write-offs for parking, but I gotta say, as somebody who is the alder for a district that is surrounded by restaurants, you hear a lot of complaints about all the parking that, spills over, which I guess it's good activity, but everyone feels like that's my spot and they don't always make it. So it's kind of a trade-off. So is only 13 stalls available for if there were a restaurant?
Well, we'd certainly be able to park any employees in the lower level. For the amount of commercial that we're showing there on that corner, as an example, use Monty's Blue Plate as an example. We probably have about 16 parking stalls there for that restaurant, which is about the same size as the space that we're showing currently on that corner. But that's surface-wise, that's a very narrow lot, and it doesn't lend itself for a lot of extra parking in the back of the building because of the lack of depth that lot has.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Cantrell.
Okay. My question is, there's been questions raised about the stairs for the work-live units, and also concern from the neighborhood about stairs and this type of use. I know that staff has recommended that the building be, I guess, lowered so that there could be fewer steps or at grade. And I think at the last meeting on this, the architect was going to look at the storm sewer or something to see if it was deep enough so that the building could be adjusted and the stairs could be reduced. So I guess I'd like for the architect to talk about that, because it's been a concern that I've heard over the last few meetings on this.
Okay, so that would be
Mr. Burrows.
Mr. Burrow. Okay, Mr. Burrow, you're on.
Okay, thank you very much. We have taken a look at that in regards to how the site currently slopes. And what we're faced with is on the eastern end of the property, we basically have that potential commercial space on the east end flush with the sidewalk grade, which ties in with that parking lot further to the east and the sidewalk grades at that area. So if we were to lower the overall building, that would be setting that below what would be considered an acceptable elevation. So you'd actually be going down into the building on the east end. The unfortunate thing is that Cottage Grove Road has a dip to it towards the middle of our site, such that we are at grade on the eastern end, and then it dips down about 5 feet to the midspan and then raises back up on the western end, but not up to the full height. So we are forced to lower that commercial space down. But of course, we can lower a space down the grade. We can't go below existing grade and have it function without the concern of any floodwater coming into the building at grade on first floor.
Okay, when I went out to the site today, I did notice that Cottage Grove Road does kind of dip and then come back up and dip again. So I thought that that would be definitely a problem. So thank you for your response.
Sure, but we have created a handicap access point in the middle of the building on that east end as well, such that you can ramp up and come into the main center corridor and have handicap access to all of those live work units on the eastern wing.
Okay. One of the, an additional question for the architect, staff in the memo we got talks about that the lobby be included in the eastern facade of the eastern building, similar to the one on the west, in the western building. Has that been addressed? I think that the development team said that it has, but I guess I was trying to figure that one out. And can the architect talk about that?
Certainly. We do have handicap access points facing on the eastern end. Right now, we are showing them entering directly into that commercial space. I think what staff was alluding to is possibly creating a public use lobby, which would, in essence, reduce the amount of square footage available for the commercial use, but create an accessible spot to get into the corridor system off the east end as well. So right now, we do not have a specific user in mind. Should a user that not need that entire square footage, we could create that opportunity. But here again is why we created that center handicap access point in the middle of the building into the corridor system that already exists.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
does that conclude your questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I've got a question for Mr. Krupp about the live work units. First, thank you for providing examples of the kinds of businesses that could be in those live work units. I mean, those seem like good, Amazon proof type businesses that would do well, which is good to see, especially with the report that we got from the Economic Development Division. I'm wondering, it sounds like you don't, but I just wanted to clarify, do you have any live work units in any of your other properties? And if not, are you aware of any live work units in other properties in Madison that you could point to as examples?
Could you unmute Mr. Krupp, please? Mr. Krupp, you're on.
Your first question is no, I do not have any other live work units currently in any of my portfolio. And your second question, I'm sorry?
I was just wondering if you know of any others in other properties in Madison.
I'm sure there are some, but the ones that I'm most familiar with are more older, traditional, classic work-live units downtown that have storefronts with either offices above or living spaces above on the second floor. Those are the ones I'm most familiar with, but I'm sure there are a few others that I may not be aware of.
Yeah, I was just curious. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Krupp as well. You mentioned the Royster Corners development as well as the Grove across the street. I think there's about 16,000 square feet of retail available at Royster and about 3,500 across the street. When I went by them, it looked to me like they were currently vacant and being actively listed by brokers. And I was just curious, as you know, while you were doing this market analysis, if you had, through your brokers, kind of reached out and gotten any idea of what they're seeing in terms of interest in that space.
Could you unmute me?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. Yeah, I did reach out to all the different brokers that are marketing those projects. That's where my figures come from. And basically the word that keeps coming up is this is a tough sell. This is a transition neighborhood in a bad market. They also went on to point at our entire trade area that we're competing against, which goes all the way over to Union Corners. It goes over to the Garver Point project right across the street. All of these projects either have 100% vacancy or 75% vacancy at this point. So you can see, you know, what the condition is at this point. And all the statistics and things I've read in general and looking forward doesn't really support adding more commercial and mixed-use buildings. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to come up with uses that may be viable and that may work in the post-COVID and have the flexibility to adapt if, in fact, that market is there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you. Alder Foster.
Thank you. Question for either Mr. Krupp or Mr. Burrow regarding the live-work units. Wondering if you're familiar with the supplemental regulation there that requires the live component to be behind or above the work component. And I guess based on the design as I'm understanding it, the proposal is to have these be adjacent to each other. Could you speak to that and what your thoughts are of how you would update your design to meet the regulation?
Yes.
Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. This is Kevin Burrow. We were made aware of that requirement. The way we have our units configured apparently does not coincide with the definition of the live-work unit that currently exists with regards to having the live space be behind or above. We do have it adjacent. We do have the frontage such that the commercial space is up to the street, but we felt it's also critical to have the connection to the back corridor as well, so that we have the opportunity for our residents and also any public members for the handicap accessibility to enter their suite from the rear side. So we do have a slight challenge ahead of us with regards to configuring the space to meet the letter of the definition for live work, but we're more than willing to work with staff on that and try and come up with a solution that would be acceptable for this.
Do you have any further questions, Alder Foster?
Sorry, I muted myself because of some air traffic going overhead. I don't have, that answers my question there. I did have one other question for another registrant.
Go ahead.
For Mr. Martens.
Mr. Martens. Okay, Mr. Martens, you're on.
You hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike, you talked a little bit about kind of your experience living in the neighborhood and that kind of access to services and what we've sort of had historically. You know, I think you probably also heard here today a lot of descriptions of that really there isn't commercial viability in this corridor and in this area. So I guess I'm just curious from your perspective as a neighborhood resident, what have you seen, particularly say over the last 10 years? I know you've had a longer history than that, but just really trying to focus on maybe even the last 5 years. What's your experience with the commercial activity on this corridor?
There are several things I'd like to say in regards to this. First of all, it's a changing neighborhood. It's a dynamic neighborhood, and a lot of the cherry-picked statistics that a person can find to support whatever you would prefer to do are somewhat dated. Heather Strouder was in the committee that I was a member of that determined the Royster-Clark plan. And we had a feasibility study done in the beginning of that. We started out with one. And one of the questions, some of the things didn't make sense to me as a resident, some things I was hearing. And I asked the consultant, where did you get this information? And a lot of it was taken from outdated material from census that had taken place 10 years before. So I'm not trying to knock feasibility studies. They're very valuable, but they don't necessarily reflect the dynamic of a rapidly changing neighborhood. And what we're seeing in this neighborhood right now are a lot of young couples, young families, a lot of children, and this is it's a definitely changing neighborhood. The other thing I'd like to say in this regard is sometimes you have to do something that's more reflective of what is maybe the right thing to do than all of the facts and figures that you're hearing. In 1997, I designed and developed the Madison Candy Company on Williamson Street, the restoration of that building. And I had a partner, and we didn't know what we were doing, to be honest with you. And we talked to a lot of leasing agents who almost the first thing they'd say, because I always thought, this is an area that deserves a restaurant. We should put a restaurant in here. And the leasing agents, to a person, said, whatever you do, do not put a restaurant in that building. Make it all offices. And I went against the grain because it was clear to me, having worked on Williamson Street for the previous 10 or 15 years, that the same kind of dynamic was occurring, that it was really a very desirable community and there was a lot of enthusiasm. So it seemed to me that a restaurant would be the perfect fit. And quite honestly, the restaurant is what made that development, made it successful. And in this case, we're talking about adding 300 people to that exact spot. That is going to change the dynamic. So I say, take those statistics with a grain of salt and look at what's really happening. And that's what's happening. It's a changing neighborhood.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions of any of the registrants? Any other questions of any of the registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions of staff? Alder Foster.
Thank you. I had a question for traffic engineering. I think Sean is here.
Sean, could you raise your hand, please? Okay, Mr. Malloy, go ahead. Oh, go ahead with your question, Alder.
Thank you. Sean, I had asked you a couple of questions. One about the proposed condition for a bus pullout on Cottage Grove Road, and the other about what it would take to accommodate an 8-foot sidewalk along the frontage instead of just the 5-foot that is proposed currently. Could you just speak to the work that you did and what recommendations you would have to accommodate those?
Sure. So, with our comment that we have in there right now, it's kind of our standard comment for these redevelopments is we do an 8-foot terrace with a 5-foot sidewalk and a 1-foot buffer. In some areas, we ask for a little more for the sidewalk to widen it out, and this is an area that could make sense. So, with that, I came up with 2 alternative options, and I'm going to try to get them on my screen. So hopefully I can share it. Here we go. So hopefully everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. So one option we had was to have a bus pullout where the bus is entirely out of the bike lane. This would require about 5 feet additional right of way if we were to have an 8-foot sidewalk, an 8-foot terrace. And then, the other option was to have the bus pull out, blocking the bike lane when it stopped there. From Metro's perspective, I talked with them, and it's not supposed to be a time stop. It's going to be there for a couple minutes at a time. So I thought that could be a viable option. And with that, we only need slightly more right of way on Cottage Grove Road. We are asking for more in Monona, but we were going to ask for that regardless because that terrace is really narrow. So I guess that's the 2 options that we have that Alder Foster wanted me to look into. I think both options can work, and largely that's part because we're expecting this not to be a time for buses. And with the terrace trees, I guess would be my only concern. As we get farther down the block to the east, we'd actually be narrowing the terrace a little bit, which some of the existing trees may have issues. So that was one concern I had, but we could make it work with the 8 and the 5. As my comment is right now, the 8-foot terrace and the 5-foot sidewalk, we can do a bus pull out with that terrace width. But if it's desired to have a wider sidewalk, that would be good too. We would be in support of that, but we didn't feel it was necessary when we were making the comments, but it could make sense.
That's my question for traffic engineering. I had one for planning division staff as well.
Go ahead.
I think maybe Ms. Stouter, I think Alder Rummel had asked about, or maybe actually Alder Lemmer, I think had asked about other live work locations in the city. Could you just speak to what our experience is with those and share what you can?
Ms. Stouter, we can't hear you.
I apologize.
Yes, okay.
I can share 2 that I'm aware of. One is constructed, one is not completed all the way yet, I don't believe. One is behind the Galaxy building on the back side of the Galaxy project, where Festival Foods is located on East Washington. On the East Mifflin side of that project, there are a series of apartment units on the ground floor facing Reynolds Park that were constructed to be live-work units. Now, it's a very different setting. It's a bike boulevard. It's not a heavy traveled street like Cottage Grove Road. But those live-work units, to my knowledge, are being occupied by just residents. I haven't seen live commercial spaces there. And thinking about the design of those spaces, it's quite different from what we see here. This is on a major arterial street. Spaces have, space for signage. They have space for clients that could ostensibly sit up front. So the design is different, but that's the one that I'm aware of that's completed and occupied. And then the other one that I don't have data on yet is the Peloton project on South Park Street, where there are live work units on South Park Street. And I think that those could perhaps be a better comparison to what we're seeing here, simply because it's on a busier street where perhaps small commercial uses might have a better opportunity to succeed. I'm not sure what the as those are beginning to get occupied and signed leases, I'm not sure what the outlook is for those units, but those are the two fairly recent projects that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. Do you have further questions, Alder Foster?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I might have erroneously lowered a hand when I was okay. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. It looks like Matt Miklajewski was here at the beginning, but he's not. Is there someone on staff that could talk about the report that Dan put together, Dan Rolfs? And I guess my big question is, when we look at trends of just general trends of retail with online selling, et cetera, and secondarily, we look at the impact of COVID on retail. That report that showed, kind of a weak history, but I'm wondering if there is a distinction we could make between retail and service businesses is there information in the report that gets to that?
Ms. Stouter, is that something you could respond to?
I can respond, but not with a satisfactory answer. I don't know if there's that fine grain level of a distinction available in the data that our economic development staff used to put that together. And so I hear your question. Can we see the success, the viability of smaller service businesses as they are so different from larger retailers? I unfortunately don't know the answer.
We heard tonight and last time when I listened, we heard people mourning the loss of the Ace Hardware and the Ben Franklin, and the comment that the Alder made last time that, this was a thriving center, but it's vacant because of redevelopment. I guess what I'm getting at is, if this project were not to be approved, what can we expect to see happen? Or is it just wild speculation for, the current property owner for that strip mall going forward?
Well, it's a bit of wild speculation. We do have quite a bit of vacancy nearby already. The Royster site has a $15,000 to $20,000 space, 20,000 square foot space still vacant. The space directly across the street, with smaller commercial spaces more commensurate with what we're seeing in this proposal, those aren't leased yet. I think the newer projects in the corridor do have a lot of vacancy at this time. And I think and perhaps this is an answer to a different question, but while staff feels that what's being proposed here is very consistent with our adopted plans, if these areas are to redevelop, this is exactly what the plans actually promote. I do think that the older commercial space that's there today might be easier to lease simply because it would have a lesser cost per square foot rent rate. However, I have no idea what kind of tenant would be willing to come in and provide the certainty for the long term that many landlords need to see in order to make a lease. I think it is kind of wild speculation as far as what would happen next. What might happen next is that it would sit vacant for another couple of years and we'd see another redevelopment proposal. On the flip side, it could be occupied within the next year. I simply don't know. And I would say a very similar answer pre-COVID as well. I just want to state that I think we're obviously giving a lot of thought to COVID right now, and we should. But I think we've tried with this analysis to also see past that and see the longer view, and still our recommendation would be the same.
Thank you. I just, it's a brief statement that having worked with a lot of mixed use development, because I represent the TSS district, Willie Street and Atwood, and I worked with Mr. Krupp over the period I've been Alder, and I watched how long it takes for new construction with ground floor retail to get filled. And, like, for example, 706 Williamson Street, which was completed a few years ago, still has not got a commercial tenant ever. And I'm, sure Mr. Krupp could explain to you the vagaries and the ups and downs of filling Kennedy Point, because I watched him and heard him as tenants came and went. But I just, I get that we're faced with this dilemma of what kind of retail is going to be viable, and it's a longer term thing than COVID. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Solheim.
Not really a question, but more of a comment, just going off of Marcia's question. I also didn't see, differentiation between kind of service industry and retail industry in the report from the Economic Development Division. But one of the things I did notice when I was trying to get an idea of kind of the viability of the current strip mall is that, the strip-centered supply and demand, it has a negative net absorption since 2018. So that was kind of something that caught my eye when trying to think of if this didn't, move forward. Again, it could get leased, it could sit vacant, but that was one of the trends that caught my eye in terms of how to look at this space and evaluate its viability moving forward.
Okay, we are in questions of staff. Are there any other questions of staff before we move on? Questions of staff. Seeing no raised hands, I am looking for a motion. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I do have a raised hand. Alder raised the question of the supplemental regulations, and I'm just wondering to staff, is there a workaround that keeps that supplemental, or is that something that would have to change? Is any thoughts from staff about that?
I'll defer to Matt Tucker, who's here as well, but I think most of this can be handled through the sign-off process. It would entail revisions to floor plans, but
Mr. Tucker.
Yep, Heather's correct.
That was quick.
Wait, what did she correct? Say it again, Matt. Hi.
A redesign to the floor plans, just laying out the spaces differently, where you might have corridors where there would be a commercial out front and a corridor to the residential behind. Depending on how they choose to lay it out, it's more of a design puzzle than anything else, really. It could be handled as part of sign-offs. Typical thing that we do.
Okay, that technical thing. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Did you have further questions, Alder Rummel?
No, thanks.
No. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes. I think staff has heard the development team talk about the stairs along to the live-work units. So is that something that can be resolved? Because it appears to me that those stairs are going to have to be there, and that they're not likely to be removed with this building type.
Staff, Ms. Rummel, I'm sorry, Ms. Stouter, and anybody else?
I see Tim Parks and Matt Tucker both have their hands up.
Okay. Either one of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll I'll take a shot first, and then Tim wants to add. Basically, there'll be a commercial code review where the building will have to comply. The tenant spaces will have to comply with the accessibility requirements, and there are a number of ways to do that. You can do ramping out towards the front. There might be accessible entrances towards the rear that could serve the commercial tenant spaces. Just from what I understand about the building design, it does need steps up to get into those entrances that do fit Cottage Grove, and so and you can do that. Peloton that I described earlier has like 4 or 5 steps that step up to those of workspaces, and what they have a accessible entrance at the back.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Mr. Parks, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I'll just clarify that to Mr. Krupp's comments about the access on the east side. It may have been a slight oversight that there is an accessible entrance to the eastern building from the Cottage Grove Road sidewalk. Wasn't evident in an earlier plan. It doesn't show up on the renderings that they provided, but it is on the alternatives first floor plan that was provided on October 1st. So that is noted on those plans, and to Mr. Tucker's point, we will work with the applicant during final sign-off to make sure that the live-work units meet the zoning code and provide adequate access, particularly from the Cottage Grove Road sidewalk. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Did you have any further questions? Yeah. Okay, are there further questions of staff? Further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands for staff questions, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I would recommend that the Plan Commission forward the zoning map amendment, rezoning 209 Cottage Grove Road from CCT to NMX, and the one lots CSM to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval. And then find that the standards for the demolition permit and the conditional uses are met, and approve the demolition of the 3 commercial buildings and construct a mixed use and a multiple family building at 109 to 209 Cottage Grove Road and 3900 Monona Drive, all subject to the conditions from the reviewing agencies beginning on page 10, and the staff's report dated September 14th, and on page 21 of the report of the CSM, with the condition that we're recommending the alternate design as submitted by the development team.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes. This is, in my opinion, I think an underutilized area of the Cottage Grove Road corridor. And my feeling is that maybe this at one time was the center of the commercial activity along Cottage Grove Road, but that center is now moved down to the Royster development, where we have developed significant amounts of commercial retail space, which is currently vacant. We have a library, and we have another development site that will likely see another mixed-use building with significant retail area. We also in that area have parking available, which is a prime factor to facilitate commercial development. The development team in this case has responded to our concerns, in my opinion, that were addressed at our last meeting. And I think the live-work units are rather innovative, and I think that those are the types of uses that could provide the neighborhood with some uses that would be an amenity. So I think that we have a good development, and there's a statement that I think is appropriate here. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And that's a statement that President Obama has used, and it's an old statement. But I think that it's appropriate here because this is a good development. It may not be the most perfect development that could locate on this site, but it is a good one. And I think it addresses the concerns, and it's consistent with the plan the corridor plan that we approved. So I would urge my Plan Commission members to vote approval of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to check in quickly with staff. Ms. Stouter, the motion is clear on what what Commissioner Cantrell is saying in terms of the new iteration. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Good. Okay. Alder Foster.
Thank you. And you know, I think many of you can appreciate the significance of this proposal for the two adjacent neighborhoods. So I did want to take a little bit of time just to walk through my rationale and thinking on this. So I appreciate your indulgence with it. Tim, would you be able to pull up the slides that I sent you? I did just prepare a little bit. So I know it's hard to just listen to somebody talk sometimes. So I just wanted to put a little bit of that down to take a look at. So, you know, my thinking on this, you know, was very much considering the proposal that came up, listening to neighbors' feedback, but I've really tried to ground my thinking on this in our adopted plans. So obviously the comp plan is the first place to look for that. And I think primarily the land use and neighborhoods and housing goals are the ones that I really focused on. And you know, that really highlights the importance of us creating these compact, interconnected neighborhoods with the mixed use activity centers. Next slide. So I'm sure many of you're all familiar with this, but just to sort of ground us, the Cottage Grove corridor is highlighted here as a growth priority area, as well as this particular location, the Atwood Cottage Grove Activity Center at the end of the arrow by the lake there. Next slide. So in the comp plan, this is identified specifically as a transitioning neighborhood activity center. And so really our goal with this kind of a location is to focus on transitioning underutilized areas already well served by transit into vibrant mixed use activity centers. And further states that we should continue to encourage context sensitive redevelopment within these activity centers through our strategies and actions in the plan. And then we're going to need some more detailed planning, which does come later with the Cottage Grove Activity Center planning efforts. Next slide. So this is the future land use map, and this area is recommended for neighborhood mixed use. Next slide. Here's a picture of Sequoia Commons that is often brought up as a shining example of what that might look like. Next slide. In that mixed use category in the comp plan, it really calls out, I think one of the questions that came up here, and I think it's important to understand that not every building in a mixed use district needs to serve both of these purposes, the residential and the non-residential. But I found it really interesting that it really specifically calls out that we need to be very careful about maintaining commercial street frontages along mixed use streets. And not to create these residential gaps along streets, otherwise have commercial tenants at ground level. And this really, I think, before I even read this in the comp plan, that was certainly my instinct, especially with the first draft of the proposal as it was presented. It seemed to do exactly what the comp plan is cautioning us against. Next slide. So in the neighborhoods and housing section, next slide, the strategy number 1 says we should be creating complete neighborhoods across the city where residents have access to transportation options and resources needed for daily living. This is repeated really throughout the comp plan. And specifically says we should plan for and facilitate mixed-use neighborhood centers featuring shops, services, employment, and a mix of housing types within and near single-use neighborhoods. Tonight, I heard a lot from the development team citing a lot of research saying basically don't hold your breath. I know that everybody wants this kind of a thing, but it's just not going to happen. And so don't make us build that kind of a place because there's just not, the market doesn't bear that out. And yet here our comp plan is saying this is what we're supposed to be doing. Specifically, it talks about these centers and that these neighborhoods will provide residents with all these services, the kinds of things that you heard residents talk about that actually this transitioning activity center has provided broadly for 50 to 60 to 70 years, right? I mean, residents have actually had really great access to all of these services. The loss of the hardware store was really significant. We had a hardware store here for, I think it was 60 years, and it was a really big deal. And it didn't happen because hardware stores was no longer viable. It happened very specifically because of a change in ownership of the shopping center. Next slide. Also, strategy 3 in this section calls for us to increase the amount of available housing. I think that's where this proposal really catches all of our attention, and that's why I think it's really worth considering. This is very much another one of our strategies is to increase housing, and also specifically to do it within the city where we have infill opportunities, right? Specifically in these commercial areas where we can focus redevelopment and have that housing, but while we are supporting and creating and enhancing the mixed use element of these neighborhoods. Next slide. So in the activity center plan, which the developer team pulled some items out of to share with you tonight. Next slide. This just shows you the location that we're referencing, and probably worth noting when this activity center planning process happened, it was really spurred by two sort of significant vacancies. One, north of this proposed development across the street where the Penny Library used to be. And when the decision was made to move that to the Royster development, there was an understanding that was likely a prime opportunity for redevelopment. So that was another shopping center that had long served the neighborhood, pretty significant square footage. It also had the Restore in there at the time. And then another large vacancy with the Century grocery store further down at Acewood, which is being redeveloped right now with the moving out development. Next slide. This is the kind of stuff you're probably all used to seeing if you go to those neighborhood meetings, and just calling out that, from that analysis, we saw an opportunity for mixed use developments, really to create destinations and get more local businesses and create good public spaces. That was really what were identified as the opportunities within this planning area. Next slide. And the common consensus comments, so this is what staff pulled together from the neighborhood input. And their number one comment was, we want to have existing businesses remain and thrive. In addition, open space community gardens and this walkable, bike-friendly, interesting neighborhood. Next slide. The market analysis, there were a couple pieces that were pulled out and shared tonight. So here's another thing that was mentioned. This is again, it's for the Atwood Activity Center, not the Acewood. But along with a significant market for new housing, the Atwood Activity Center has some potential for new retail, restaurant, office, and service uses. As development from Schenck Atwood begins to fill in, businesses will be looking for the next area for redevelopment opportunities along the Williams and Atwood Monona corridor. The Cottage Grove corridor offers more affordability, larger redevelopment sites, and opportunities to take advantage of adjacency to amenities and transportation infrastructure. This one really resonates with me. As someone who's lived in Madison for many decades, knows both of these areas really well, it absolutely is clear to me that this is what's happening. So Mr. Krupp shared tonight about how the success of the Sassy neighborhood and his role in some of that and how that has changed. That is coming this way, right? And this development perhaps is part of that shift. But the thing that really drew the development there, the thing that makes, that's the slide that he pulled up that showed all the walkability of all of those buildings. Walkability is determined by access to destinations. Adding more housing units does not increase walkability. Walkability, those high walkability scores are because people have access to so many destinations, so many services. And that's what we need to maintain in this corridor. It is absolutely the next step. We go past Olbrich Park and down Atwood, and this is the next corridor that's going to start to take that growth and that commercial activity. Next slide. The market analysis also identified opportunities for smaller independent businesses to take advantage of lower rents and existing vacancies along the corridor, really emphasizing the value and where there is opportunity is on these lower lease spaces, right? And I mean, goes into great detail, and these figures have changed since then, but they're pretty representative of the difference. So current lease rates of 6 to 12 per square foot, that may be getting up closer to 16 these days for existing lower cost space versus the Grandview Commons from 23 to 29. I think Royster, was asking 40 a square foot, which might partly explain why it's sitting there vacant. These two commercial spaces are just completely different animals. It does not surprise me or anybody else that the commercial space at that level is sitting vacant at Royster. But 6 to 12 or even $16 a square foot commercial space is absolutely being utilized in this corridor and just down the road at the Lakeview Shopping Center. Fully leased up, even in times of COVID. There is absolutely demand for businesses today for this kind of commercial space, but no, not for new commercial space that costs $30 to $40 a square foot. Next slide. In the activity center plan, 4 primary goals identified. Next slide. Economic development was really a key focus of this plan. It as much as land use recommendations and the potential for adding housing density, this was very much a focus of the entire plan. And as it says here, very clear that the larger neighborhood and businesses as a whole strongly feel it's important to assist existing businesses through current public resources, et cetera, to help both existing and new businesses prosper and grow. Next slide. And specifically the goals laid out here: promote and support local business development and encourage new development where appropriate that serves the neighborhood and provides stability to the activity centers. The specific recommendations here include things like support existing businesses by adding new residents, right, to new developments. That's the potential of what we have here. But it's not saying eliminate the opportunity for that commercial activity and replace it with new residents. Next slide. And on our land use and urban design goals, again, it's really about supporting the commercial center and its connection with the adjacent residential areas. And ensuring that this new infill mixed use housing or commercial development incorporates those design elements and really fits with the existing neighborhood. Next slide. This is what was proposed at the time across the street. And again, when this planning process was done, they didn't even consider a plan for this section right here because the shopping center was completely filled up. The Jade Monkey was there. The muffler shop was there. There wasn't one single vacancy just 3 years ago. And so there wasn't even a mock-up of the opportunity of what might get redeveloped here, because it was there was so much strength there. And that truly and literally just happened when there was a change in ownership in that shopping center. And, all the vacancies that you see just in the last 2 years are very much because of that. You can see here, in the middle is where the focus was, which is where the Grove is currently. And you can see the opportunity here. On the right-hand side is where there's currently a small bank in a parking lot, and on the left-hand side is where Walgreens are. This entire corridor will continue to grow. We will continue to get development proposals, and the idea that we don't need commercial space on here, I cannot support. Next slide. So just keeping all of that in mind, again, I really think about what your job is here and what the decision is. And I mentioned this last time, but I just really wanted to review it again. The approval standard for the conditional use, I think particularly item number 3, the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. That's clearly up for debate, and I definitely respect a difference of opinion on this one. I can tell you from my perspective, and I feel confident saying that I can represent those that live in both of these adjacent neighborhoods, that there is significant concern that a proposal that will demolish the current shopping center will have a real negative impact on their neighborhood and on their current properties. Next slide. And the other one that probably the biggest focus for me, if this project were being proposed on a vacant site, honestly, I would be supportive of it. I'm not interested in trying to force a developer to add a bunch of commercial space where there's no market. I completely understand the challenges. I've seen what happened not just in this quarter, but across the city when we do this sort of thing. And again, there's a reason that those spaces sit vacant. But that is not the same as this shopping center. As ugly as it is, as much as it might look like not a great use of space, it's exactly the kind of thing that we need, yes, coming out of COVID, and for the next 10 to 20 years. Mr. Krupp talked about the need for this to be flexible. And I agree with him. But if we demolish 30,000 feet of affordable and yes, very flexible commercial space, we are not going to support the kinds of small businesses, minority-owned businesses that, there's a proposal in our capital budget to add millions of dollars, multiple millions of dollars over the next several years to support small businesses and particularly businesses owned by people of color. Where those businesses are going to set up are in shopping centers, are in places where they can get a lease for $12 a square foot. They're not going to move into the Royster building. And that's the kind of businesses that are going to come out of this COVID environment. I mean, we are still haven't really seen the end of this recession. I mean, it's likely just starting, but we're going to see entrepreneurs and we're going to see new businesses start up, and those startup businesses are going to need cheap places to set up shop. And just so specifically around the demolition standard, I'm sorry, just if I could finish that last slide, I would appreciate it. So the demolition approval standard requires that the proposed use is compatible with the purpose of the zoning code in which it's located. So this would be the neighborhood mixed use district. And I just find this really refreshing that there's such clarity in the statement of purpose for the neighborhood mixed use district, which is what this location is identified in the future land use and what's being requested for zoning. And that specifically said that it's established to encourage and sustain the viability of commercial nodes that bring the shopping needs of residents in adjacent neighborhoods. It is not designed to bring in additional housing. This is not a medium residential zoning. This is a neighborhood mixed use zoning that is very much in support of everything else that I walked through in the comp plan and the activity center plan. That is the first goal and the number one mission is to support and enhance the viability of that activity center, of meeting the commercial needs of the adjacent neighborhoods. We're talking about tens of thousands of people that live around this area. And yes, we can and we should add additional housing in these locations. And I'm fully supportive of that. But to do that at the detriment of the viability of the activity center is really not a direction we should be moving. And there are a number of very viable locations, some of them greenfield sites, where we can accommodate hundreds of housing units today in the same corridor without taking anything down, without losing access to that really critical commercial space. I think that's really important to understand. I know that you have a specific proposal in front of you that you're being asked to weigh in on, but the idea that this is the only way that we're going to meet our additional housing goals, I don't think is correct. So thanks for bearing with me and going through that. I know I took a bit of time, but again, it's really important. And I guess wanted to sum up in a few more minutes. If I had to make a decision today, and really not just thinking about these neighborhoods in my district, but really thinking about the goals of the city and what's best for the whole city, I would not approve this project as it is tonight. I think that the negative impact of losing this shopping center is too significant, and it's not worth the 190 units that we could get out of this is not worth that loss. And I do not feel that it is in line with what the plans call for. I do really appreciate the changes that have happened, and I have very much been open to it. And I feel so much better with the alternatives that were presented tonight than what I did with the previous version. And it is very much closer to what I think would be in line with our plans. But I'm primarily concerned with the live work units and not having any kind of assurance that those would function as anything other than live units. I actually am enthusiastic about the potential of them. A resident brought this up. I brought it to the development team and said, hey, have you thought about this? I think they could work. I really do. And I think if they did work, that could really make this whole project work. But as it stands right now, the way that live work is in our code, it's really designed to allow a work component in what otherwise is a live area. And what I think we're talking about here is trying to use it as a commercial element that allows a live component. And so, if others feel like this project should move forward, I would really ask you to consider some additional conditions. So number one, as we mentioned earlier with traffic engineering, I think this location really deserves an 8-foot sidewalk, not a 5-foot. So I would ask that someone consider changing that condition to require an 8-foot sidewalk, along with the pullout that I think is already a condition. I'd also like, in regards to the live work units, a condition that, and the wording I have here was proposed to me by Mr. Tucker, and he could answer questions if there are any, but the wording is the commercial component of live work units shall be used for non-residential use purposes and not for expansion of the residential use that is part of the live work unit. So the intent of that condition is if the live work units are the proposal to meet the commercial needs of this frontage to serve that activity, to serve the neighbors, then let's make sure that they're functioning that way. Another condition I would recommend is that for the co-working space and the health club, the approval should clearly understand these are separate commercial tenant spaces, not accessory to the multifamily use. So these should be shown and referenced generally as commercial space, not specific to a tenant use. So I believe we heard from the developer that they were intending to have someone manage these spaces, and I think it's important that these are not confused as amenities for the building, but they are clearly called out as commercial spaces, so that the intent as described by the developer, that these are community spaces and open to the public, that happens. And the final condition that I would recommend is that the label spaces identified as work live, they should get relabeled as live work so that they're consistent with our code. And also I would recommend that the easternmost commercial space in the building, building number 2, that should be relabeled as commercial, not commercial/work live. And I believe that that really does need to serve as a second commercial anchor to these buildings, and that if all of the live work units are working as expected, and there's an opportunity to consider those on the east end, they could always come back and ask for a change later. But I think with approval, you really need to ask for a commercial space anchor on that end as well. So that's all my comments. And again, I really appreciate you listening to me. I know I'm long-winded, but this is a really important project for this district, and I needed to share all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Are there other Commissioner Sundquist?
Yes, thank you. So last time I voted to put this on file, and as Alder Foster just said, it's improved a lot. I was really torn even last time, and felt very conflicted after that vote. And so I'm intending to support it moving forward tonight. Just make a few remarks. I don't want to, well, for what they're worth, and others can chime in on their how they're seeing this. But on the live work issue, it did occur to me as in reviewing this that it would be great to know more about the market for live work so that people could be more assured that those aren't going to turn into just two-story apartments or what have you. I did a little bit of looking around over the weekend, and there are a lot of places that advertise them, at least way more than have come up here. I don't know how many of them are actually functioning commercially, but there are certainly people trying to advertise them, so it indicates a market for that. It's not like people put these in and then just market them as two-story apartments. So they're in suburban locations, they're downtown, Isthmus, and it would be, I don't know what percentage of them end up getting used for which purpose, but it would certainly be interesting to know. But it does seem like everything is in flux right now, and this is a creative use for that space that at least provides the opportunity for commercial, and certainly reads like commercial from the street, even if it doesn't get used as commercial right away. So, I'm kind of glass half full on that, with questions though that it would be great to resolve before the next one comes along. On the Cottage Grove Road plan, I mentioned last time, I read it pretty thoroughly before we talked about this before, and looked at it again. I find this pretty consistent with the plan. There's not a number in it of X number of square feet of commercial have to be at this location or that location. As a whole, the corridor, I feel like I live in a pretty walkable area here off of Monroe Street, and I was just looking at Google Maps to see whether it would be further to walk from this intersection down to the new library and the Royster area development, compared to from my house to Trader Joe's, which I consider a pretty short walk and do it pretty regularly. And it's actually farther for me to walk to Trader Joe's by a couple hundred feet. it's not, point being, it's not really that far down the street on this corridor where there's like a lot of commercial development going on. So it doesn't seem like the shifting of the commercial center of this corridor by 1,700 feet or so down the street is going to really deprive the neighborhoods of the walkability that we want in that plan and in the comp plan and sort of lots of our plans. 1,700 feet down the street isn't that far. And we have to kind of guess a little bit about what markets are going to do. We don't know. The developer doesn't know. Nobody can say for sure. But the number of, existing strip mall type or small business storefronts that are for lease around the city right now, and it was not really just because of COVID, but because of the general trend in retail, is pretty significant. And so holding open this strip mall in hopes that it will buck the trend and become vibrant again. At the same time, we tamp down on the number of residents available to be patrons of that area. Seems like it's not going to work. And it reminds me a little bit of the drama that we had. And I thought the people who presented from this neighborhood were like really constructive last time and this time. I just thought, even if I didn't agree with people, it was well-reasoned and thoughtful and helpful. So I don't want to draw the comparison to the sort of drama we had at the other end of Cottage Grove Road in that, along that, dimension. But the parallel is that the neighborhoods there really, 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 really wanted a particular kind of retail there. And it ended up sitting for years. And I don't think it was for lack of Viridian trying to market it. It was in their interest to get that off their books and developed. But they never could, and they had to come back with, different kind of retail that people really didn't like. And it's because they're just, we need the density. It's the other side of the coin. And Grandview Commons didn't have the density to support the kind of retail that the people hoped for. And I just think here we're talking about an area that has a lot of single family homes. It isn't particularly dense either. And the chances of it generating the foot traffic for in a down market for the kind of retail that we would really want and call a vibrant corridor is just not going to happen. We need that housing there. I know there are other places around Cottage Grove Road where housing could go too, and maybe it should go in both. But so that's where I am. There are lots more elements to all of this, but I wanted to explain kind of why I had flipped from a no to a yes on this. I think Alder Foster has a number of useful potential amendments or conditions that could be an amendment. Maybe I'll wait and see what others have to say. And if the maker of the motion wants to address those, but I think pretty much, to my mind, they're worth considering. Except maybe to me, the 8-foot sidewalk, I'm not in love with these giant rights of way, even if some of it is walkable. I'm inclined to think maybe not that one, but let me see what other people have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I was not at the last meeting, but I did listen to the meeting and I read that plan, the Cottage Grove Activity Center plan. And the thing that struck me is something that Alder Foster mentioned. It did not mention this side of the block at all. Future note to self, planners, don't ever do that again, because I've seen it happen many times where you don't mention something because it seems like it's a solid thing, and the solid thing dissipates, and then you're left with no direction or ideas that were captured in a moment of time. And that's a thing I see as plans. Plans both need stewards and the recognition that they capture a moment of time. And the moment of time for that was, hey, the library is moving. Let's look at what we can do. And Century is going to close because Grandview's going to mess it all up. And so that drove that plan, and it was good. You know, you get people involved, they think about what they want. But, you know, so also we're faced with market forces that capture a moment of time. And, you know, at some point, I guess it was a good thing that you turned down the proposal last time. It possibly could have been referred for the same outcome, but I think it's a much better plan now that you did that. And I also think having been shepherding a district with TSS, that often what shows up in the mixed use developments is service industries. It's the insurance agent, it's the salon, it's the insurance agent in the salon, and maybe other things, dog groomer, pets. But there's not, you know, there's not the hardware store or the specialty retail or the experiential retail we're supposed to all want and go to. I don't know where that is. And I don't know, I'm not saying it can't be done here, but it just seems like a hard place without, given the current moment of time we're in. And so, you know, I think somebody made the point that I agreed with is maybe, Mr. Martens talked about the downtown center. Well, as somebody said, maybe it's moved to Royster, and that's okay. And, you know, maybe at some point the owners of that property will realize that $40 a square foot is not going to net them any tenants, and they might have to adjust their marketing and their budget, their balance. You know, and I know that Grant mentioned the square foot, you know, what the $6 to $12 or $6 to $16 a square foot. That's, in my experience, usually the manufacturing or light industrial price. I mean, I'm sure there are some that is retail, but I think that's changing. And, you know, I think now the $20 a square foot is probably, you know, more of the lower end, but, you know, I'm not an expert. So it just strikes me that when I was trying to work on finding new locations for art users, that the stuff they could afford was never available at the price it required to fix up the space to make it safe. And those low cost rents are hard to come by. And so then do you want to protect that space? I guess that's the fundamental question. And I just worry that you might protect it, but you might not. And eventually someone else comes along that is going to say, we're going to tear down this thing and we're going to start all over again. So I guess I'm very sympathetic to, I think Alder Foster is always so eloquent, but I don't think he makes the case really that that the commercial nodes aren't here as in the plan, in this NMX plan. I think we now have a proposal that has commercial nodes. Are they traditional? What we usually see? Maybe not. Are they risky? Maybe. And I would certainly ask the Alder to talk a little bit more. I didn't quite catch the recommendations for how to create more guarantees, but I think that is something that the Plan Commission should consider in their support for this. And I definitely am leaning towards support. Thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I said at the last Plan Commission meeting that I didn't know as if adding more commercial space to this proposal would convince me to support it, as I did not support it at the last Plan Commission meeting. And I feel the same. I think Alder Foster actually makes a compelling point with regard to the demolition standards in particular. And for me, this is rooted in affordability of the commercial spaces, and I think it's compelling that that retail center was fully leased and providing a variety of services and otherwise that the neighborhood was very interested in and is still interested in. And I see, just like everyone else in my district and everywhere else, all these empty commercial spaces in new buildings. And perhaps through relationships with restaurant chains and things, the developer can get at least one of these filled. But they're not, I don't think, going to lower the prices at Royster substantially, just as they have other developers haven't around the city in these new buildings. The write-offs or whatever keeps them from lowering the prices to attract the kind of businesses that have been in this strip mall on Cottage Grove that residents have loved, just are not able to move into these newer buildings, and I don't think they will. So I'm still not convinced. But if this does go forward, a word about the live-work units. Apparently, in District 2 and only a block from where I live is perhaps the only bona fide functioning live-work unit development behind Festival Foods. And as Ms. Stouter said, I don't think there's ever been a business in any of those. They're all just two-story apartments. And part of that, I think, is I'm not sure. It's probably a chicken or the egg, but there's no parking for those live-work units, and I don't think there would be with these either, which I think is probably a detriment. And I'm worried that if we put a condition on them that they must have a commercial component, that they'll sit empty, just like all the other commercial space in mixed use developments that I was referring to earlier. Somebody might have a clever solution for that. I don't know. So that's where I am on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Hagenow.
Thank you, Chair. This is a tough one. Alder Heck, you Commissioner, you kind of hit it on the head there with the chicken or the egg kind of analogy. If you have all this commercial space and it's full up until new ownership comes in, and then all of a sudden you think you can buy that space, or, the new owners come in and think they can buy that space and raise the rents and dramatically improve this area. Now, it's kind of like you're chasing your tail a little bit. And it's really, it's tough for me to take the changes, while I appreciate the changes of adding the additional commercial space on the east end of the second phase and the additional work or live work units. And I like Alder Foster's idea of kind of making them a work live unit more than anything. When I think of this intersection in this area, I really do believe that this has got a lot of potential to support more commercial space. Again, with the parking that is being presented in this plan, the commercial space might not be as I can't think of the word that I'm looking for, but as productive or as sustainable, I guess, just because nobody's going to be able to park there. So I am still not able to support this proposal as is. I just do not think. Gosh, this is so hard because of the additional units and living space that this would bring to the area. But I just can't support removing that much commercial space and not really making this part of that activity center, even though, you know, the new library is only 1,700 feet down the road, as Commissioner Sundquist put. You know, I think just the visibility at this intersection just screams for more commercial space to be here. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Solheim.
Alder Foster brought up the important point, I think, too, of, you know, the need there will be, especially after COVID, for affordable retail space for new businesses. But that's actually one of the reasons I liked the live work units in this development and the fact that they were expanded with this change. While a year ago, I may have been more skeptical of live work units, and I've even worked on developments with them in other cities. You know, I think not just because people are working more at home right now, but after all of this is done, I thought, you know, what a great opportunity for small businesses to work out of their home and escape, you know, the confines of a formal lease and be able to kind of start up again in a less risky environment. I think that's really good opportunity for those small service businesses to have a more stable environment. So that's one of the reasons that I'm going to continue to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cantrell.
I think the incubator units the live work units are like incubator businesses. They provide an opportunity for small uses to start, and I think that I think that's a big amenity for this project. And yes, I think that some will be vacant for some time, but I think they'll fill in just like the retail does. And we want multiple family, we want additional units in the city on corridors like this. We don't want them on greenfield sites on the edge of the city where we don't have transit. And we're going to be reviewing a project on this agenda that is developing a subdivision way on the northeast side that is totally not adjacent to any type of transit. So this is the area where we want it. Yes, we're going to be losing some commercial development here. It's in my opinion, the center of this area has moved east. It's moved to Desmond or Dempsey Road area, that intersection. And this is on the edge now. And I think that Commissioner Sundquist is right. People in this neighborhood could walk there. It's a walkable distance for most people. And so I think that, you know, I urge the Plan Commission members to look at this project and look at the other projects that we've approved similar to this one. And so this is a great opportunity to redevelop this area. And I think the reason why the corridor plan did not look at this side of the street was because we had to pay for another concept plan on this side of the street that maybe we didn't have the funds to do it. And you know, it's sad that we didn't look at the concept, but you know, it's not that we didn't think about one. I'm sure that planning staff could address that. But, you know, again, this is an incremental change, which the Royster project was the catalyst for this corridor. And we've seen now across the street a redevelopment of a portion of that site. And this will add to it. And then we'll have other developments along the corridor that will add to it. So again, I hope you approve this project. I think it is a good one. It's not the perfect one, but it's a very good one. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Are there any Commissioner Sundquist?
Well, I just wanted to return to the suggested additional conditions that Alder Foster suggested. Listening to a few people, maybe that the option of keeping the work, live, or live workspace first floor unoccupied unless it's work. Come to think that might not be doable, but I wonder if, so I'm just trying to, and I've already said I'm not in love with the 8-foot sidewalk. But I do think keeping the co-working and the fitness center open to the public is worthwhile. So I guess maybe others will have other opinions on the other ones, but I'll offer as a motion, or maybe it's friendly, to add a condition that says that the co-working and the fitness spaces are public entities.
Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Alder Lemmer, that's a second? Yes. Alder Lemmer seconds that motion. Did you wish to speak further to that amendment, Commissioner Sundquist?
Only that furthers if we're going to treat the fitness center in particular, which traditionally most of these are like resident only. So if this is going to serve a commercial street activation type purpose, then it really should be open to the public. I imagine the co-working would be regardless, but same thing. So if this is going to do what the revised plan is supposed to do, purports to do, and make this more of a commercial side, really it ought to be open to the public.
Okay, so that's for both the co-working and the health center, the facility. Okay. Is there any discussion of this amendment to the motion? Ms. Spencer?
Okay. I didn't have a comment specifically to this motion, but I did want to mention.
So is this is to the amendment?
No.
Okay, then we'll come back to you after we take care of this. Are there comments on the amendment? Commissioner Hagenow.
I guess I would be supportive of that amendment, but I have a question about if that space is open to the public and to remain open. How are people that are coming to use that space, where are they going to park? Have we, I guess I would just want to think about that a little bit more and ensure that we're providing, there's no sense in putting that space there and making sure that it's open to the public, but nobody can come and use it because there's never any place there's no way to get there.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yep.
Any other comments before we vote on the amendment? Alder Foster.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to offer up again the language that Mr. Tucker provided. I don't know if, as it is, it might meet the same purpose, but for what it's worth, his recommendation was that the co-working space and health club, that the approval should clearly understand that these are separate commercial tenant spaces, not accessory to the multifamily use, and that they should be shown and referenced generally as commercial space on the plans.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Commissioner Cantrell.
I guess under that clarification, can the developer allow his units to use that space as an amenity for the project? Which I guess I would hope that they would be able to do that. Mr. Tucker?
Yes, absolutely. We have some cases like that in the city. We have some situations where we've had multifamily residential developments approved with commercial spaces that were occupied and used by health club type facilities that were both open to the public, and the property owner can also offer a membership or a fob or something like that as part of them being tenants in the building. I think the intent behind this condition, though, is to recognize too that these, one thing that the Planning Commission has to keep in mind is through time, these spaces may not be a health club and they may not be a co-working space. They'll be something else. The health club facility, depending on, the amenity that the property owner is choosing to provide, it might have more viability than the co-working space, which might evolve into something else down the road. And the zoning, NMX has a list of permitted uses and conditional uses. There's currently parking requirements. There are processes for review that a project needs to go through in order for a new use to be allowed within that tenant space.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Any other comments before we vote on the amendment? Okay, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the amendment passes unanimously. We are back to the main motion. Are there other comments, discussion on the main motion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless there are raised hands to object. Seeing some raised hands, I would ask Ms. Stouter, please, to do a roll call.
Certainly. Alder Lemmer.
Could our technical... Sorry. Yeah, okay.
No.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Commissioner
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Solheim.
Yes.
Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Rummel.
Yes.
Commissioner Hagenow.
No.
Commissioner Spencer. Commissioner Sundquist.
Aye.
Okay, I'm showing 5 ayes and 3 noes.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. moving on, we are now on agenda item 11, creating section 20, Legistar 62139, creating section 28.022 through 00470, section 28.022 through 00471, and section 28.022 through 00472 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of properties located at 754 through 904 Felland Road, 3rd Alder District, from SRC1 District, SRC3 District, SRV2 District, and TRU1 District to SRC1 District, SRC3 District, and TRU1 District. And related is agenda item 12, Legistar 61674, approving a revised preliminary plat and final plat of Jana Village at 754 through 904 Felland Road, 3rd Alder District. Mr. Parks.
Oh, there we go. Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission, just very quickly, items 11 and 12 are a revision to a proposal that was before the Plan Commission in July 2018, subdividing approximately 44 acres on the west side of Felland Road, approximately 800 feet north of County Highway T, into the Jana Village subdivision. The applicant is back before the Plan Commission tonight with a development that is relatively consistent with the proposal that the Plan Commission saw last time. Really, the crux of the discussion tonight is whether the portion of the plat highlighted in red on the screen should be rezoned from SRV2 to TRU1. And planning staff has reviewed this. Does not believe that the request to rezone to TRU1 is consistent with the housing mix 2 recommended for this portion of the site by the Northeast Neighborhoods Development Plan from 2009. Staff feels that the potential form of development and the densities proposed in the TRU1 district are not consistent with the type of housing that's envisioned in Housing Mix 2, which can range from very dense single-family housing through two-family, small apartment buildings, townhouses, and in some cases, larger apartment buildings, but all at a maximum density of 16 units an acre. The existing SRV2 zoning of the site maxes out at around 21.7 units per acre, whereas the TRU1 district proposed is approximately twice as dense as that at approximately 43.5 units an acre. So we feel that that density is much higher than anticipated in Housing Mix 2. However, while we recommend that proposed lots 3 and 4 remain zoned SRV2, if the Plan Commission feels that the proposed TRU1 zoning would give more favorable bulk requirements for the future development of proposed lots 3 and 4, staff recommends that the density of lots 3 and 4 be limited to a maximum of 16 net units per acre for each of those 2 lots. And I'd be happy to answer any questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. We do have a registrant wishing to speak. Ryan D. Quam, 4604 Sigelcow Road, McFarland, in support and wishing to speak, and indicating that he is not representing the developer or anyone else. Mr. Quam.
Yeah, thank you for your time. I might have checked that wrong. I think I am probably representing the developer.
Okay.
So sorry about that.
Thank you for clarifying.
So again, my name is Ryan Quam with Quam Engineering, and I've been working with the developer for the past couple of years and city staff on this plat. As Tim mentioned, we had just real quickly, I'd like to give a little bit more background on why we're asking for revisions and maybe talk about pond sizes a little bit. So as Tim mentioned, we received approval for the previous layout, and we're working to address the city staff comments, and discovered that 500 feet south of this property, there's a nice big 42-inch culvert that goes underneath Highway T, which is a good size for handling the water upstream. The problem is that downstream of that in the town of Burke, there is an impedance where the ditch below it couldn't accommodate the water necessary. So they're actually created like a backwater condition on this lot. And that unfortunately caused us to revisit the stormwater design and led to where we're at today. So just as far as pond sizes go, the neighborhood plan, that was a very preliminary plan. It called for roughly a 2-acre pond. The pond that we had designed, or the outlets we had designed in the previous submittal using kind of the conventional modeling, that came up with pond that was roughly 5 acres, and now we're with a pond. I'm sorry, 4 acres, and now we're looking at a pond that's roughly 3.5 times what the neighborhood plan calls for, almost 2 times as big as kind of the conventional method. So we lost about 3.2 acres of land, and so this new submittal, and the intent is to try to increase the density in order to accommodate the land that was lost. So I'm obviously available to answer any questions, and I think Lindsay will be speaking as well. But yeah, I just wanted to give a little bit of background on why we had to change things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quam. I do not have any, oh, wait a second. Yes, we do. The next registrant is Lindsay Haggins, 5117 Butterfield Drive, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, indicating that not representing the developer or any part of the project. Lindsay Haggins?
Yeah, I'm here. I actually am the developer, so to clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so I am here to answer any questions if needed, but I would like to point out a few items. We are bringing back this plan, like Ryan said, to basically correct the stormwater issues. So in order to compromise, basically we were asking for a larger part of the density for those 2 lots. We do want to be a part of the solution, not the problem. So we were just asking with us dedicating more of our land to help and compromise. So we received staff's approval the last time, and we have been discussing since December of 2019 back and forth about a concept plan for those 2 lots. And there has been comments back and forth about parking and parking stalls, green space, common areas, but nothing about lowering the density. The concept plan that we showed the city was 192 units on that, and they never mentioned anything about correcting that or lowering the density until Friday when I received the notes from the city staff before this meeting. So I'm a little surprised and shocked that this is actually was one of the main concerns on this when we have been discussing this since December of 2019. With that being said, our neighborhood plan that we have designed fits better for this site than what was actually on the neighborhood proposal from what the city basically wanted there. What the city proposed there is not, it never fit what this site needed. This site needs more stormwater. It needs more parks. So there is a lot of land that we are dedicating to help this concept plan. So basically, with that being said, we're just hoping that the city understands that we are trying on our end, and we're trying to compromise as well by helping with those issues. And we're just trying to basically resolve this and find a common area that we all agree upon for this development, but the numbers do need to work. And so what we're asking is basically just for the larger density for those units, or for those 2 lots right there. And basically that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Haggins. There are no other registrants wishing to speak. Are there questions? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, for either of the speakers. It sounds like there was some, I don't know, miscommunication, whatever, I don't know. We weren't part of that. But the Northeast Neighborhood Plan, I remember it very vividly, having taken part in drafting it way back in 2008 or so. And it's been on the books since then and available to read, and which I did again, took a little walk down memory lane. And so this issue of the stormwater isn't really the issue at hand. I mean, the plan doesn't guarantee that you get to build there, but what it does talk about, and I'll just read it and see what you think. It shows the maps, which the staff has just cited in their report and correctly said that you're not consistent with, but it does give an out. It says modifications may be considered as specific developments are proposed, provided that the general land use pattern is consistent with the plan's objectives. So then what are the plan's objectives? And I'm not going to read on and on. It's not that complicated though. On the same page, it talks about reducing vehicular traffic, having higher density streets close to the major streets to provide access to neighborhoods. So that's really what we're concerned about here. It's not like making sure you can build X number of units on this particular lot, but more like how does this work with the whole plan? So do you guys have so to get over the hurdle, for me, you'd have to be able to say, yeah, we're gonna go outside of what the plan originally said, as it says, it gives leeway for that. But how are you gonna help reduce vehicular traffic? How is this gonna address the original plan objective?
Ms. Haggins?
Ryan, can you help answer that question?
Mr. Kwong?
Yeah, I can try. So again, we got the plan. It's been a while since we looked at the plan. We got this. These comments on Friday, and we've been kind of scrambling to figure out how to address this this change. Again, Lindsay was working with city staff on a concept plan, so we felt we had support to some degree from that segment of city staff, and so we're kind of scrambling. I guess there's multiple objectives in that report. And as we had pointed out, there's been changes already with the park being bigger and the ponds being much bigger. But in general, the plan tapers from single family homes and small and low density at the north end, and then it gets much higher as you go to the south end. So whether or not it meets the letter of the plan, again, it says, as somebody said earlier, I mean, it may not be a perfect plan, but it hopefully is close enough. And that's why we're asking for the higher density.
You're not giving me much to work with here. I mean, how does it address the original objective of the Northeast Neighborhoods Plan to put more density than the Northeast Neighborhood Plan called for in this location? That's the question. And if you can't answer that, then I don't see how you can go forward.
I don't think that it went higher I don't think that it went that much higher in density. So we were at a certain amount and we got approved before. So we dedicated more land, and the cost of that land to actually get developed to help with the stormwater issues has to come from somewhere too. So that's one of the reasons why we increased the amount. We were okay with the plan being at the density that we had originally when we proposed that first plan. But now that we have another set of cost with this plan, we're trying to offset it somewhere. And that's why we're asking for the increase of density. I don't think the amount of people that will be living there is going to be higher, because if you looked at the proposed plan that we got developed in the first place, they were condo style, larger unit square footage. So those units were about 15 to 2,100 square foot units, and there were 64 of them developed on, they originally were lots 3 through 6, and they were condo styles, up and down townhouses. The square footage is about triple the size of 3 units. So basically 3 units could fit into one of those units. So when you're looking at it in number wise of units, the square footage is about the same size for the amount of people. And you're looking at one bedrooms and efficiencies versus 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom style condos. So I'm not sure if you guys are understanding, like we're asking for more units, but we're not asking for more people living in the area. So I don't know if that helps answer your question, but we're trying to offset the cost some way or another to make this work for everybody. You know, we're producing another stormwater lot that basically is going to help a lot of the surrounding neighborhoods as well. And it's going to help. It's not going to hurt. So that's one of the reasons why we're asking for higher density to help offset some of that cost.
Okay, well that's useful. I don't know if it totally addresses the question, but we're just, you know, when you're saying plan, you're talking about the plan for these few lots. I'm talking about the whole Northeast neighborhood plan, which we have to go by.
Sorry, but everything on the other side, all the single families, everything has remained exactly the same as what was proposed before. We just increased the density lots on the other side.
I hear you, but our standards are based on what's in the Northeast neighborhood plan. And if this doesn't go forward today, I would just suggest, and I'm going to shut up in a second, just suggest you take a look at that and see if there are ways to justify this change based on that, as opposed to what you've been approved for before.
I understand what you're saying too, but the parks too in that neighborhood plan was half the size of what the parks is that we're dedicating. The stormwater is also 3.3 times the neighborhood plan. So the neighborhood plan of what I'm saying is it didn't fit the needs. As I'm saying, we needed more land to dedicate to those areas from what the plan is. So we lost lot sizes on the single families by dedicating more of that to the parks and dedicating that more to the stormwaters. So the concept plan of what you guys proposed is not what fits the site. That's what I was basically stating.
Commissioner Sundquist, has your question been answered?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you can give a little bit more information.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm wondering if you can give a little bit more detail on what your timeline would be if approved, and the phasing. Would you start with the southern end with the multifamily? Would you start with the single homes? And what is your timing for everything?
For roads, we wouldn't start until next year. And then after that, we were thinking of the first phase just to go to lot 2. And that would be about 2 buildings of the development. And then we would go into phasing to the next, which would be lots 3 and 4, the ones that we're talking about right now, of those ones. Those would be our last ones to basically develop of our apartments. And then, we would do the other side, which are the single family lots, as needed, or sell it to another developer, because our concentration is more on the multifamilies for this area. But it would be a 2-3 year plan for the apartments. It's not just going to be an overnight concept, and especially without having the bus line out there, we're trying to, wait till Metro's more in the area for the more apartment buildings.
Thank you, Ms. Haggins. Does that answer your questions? And did you have any more, Alder? No? Okay, thank you. Any more questions for either of the registrants? Any more questions for either of the registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yes, just, you heard the back and forth here a minute ago. What about the notion that this isn't more travel demand or more intensity? It's just kind of shifting it around, and so it's kind of a wash, the notion that the developer just suggested.
Mr. Parks.
Yeah, I'll try a shot at that. I want to show, where did it go? Okay. So on the screen right now, you have the preliminary plat as it was previously approved. The area outlined in blue is land that was restricted by a plan commission condition of approval to 16 units an acre. And that reflects the HM2 designation in the Northeast Neighborhoods Plan on the north side of a collector street that begins at Felland Road and continues west and then north all the way through the Northeast neighborhoods to link up with City View Drive in the Village at Autumn Lakes development at Lean Road. So a collector that basically would parallel the interstate, come down and then turn towards Felland Avenue. And the HM2 designation in the plan is pretty clear that it's on the north side of that collector street. You'll note on the plan approved, the zoning approved for lot 1 in 2018, that there is a considerable amount of land on the south side of that collector street that's in the housing mix 3 area in the same plan, the collector street being a transition from higher density to the south going towards Commercial Avenue, County Trunk Highway T, up to this housing mix 2 area on the north side of the collector street, and then transitioning again further north towards housing mix 1, which is predominantly the area that'll be subdivided for single family lots then as now with the Jenna Village subdivision. So in the staff report, we took the position acknowledging that a lot of that housing mix 3 area represented in lot 1 of the 2018 plat and zoning approval has principally been lost because of the additional land needed for stormwater management. When the neighborhood plan was done, the stormwater management areas shown in the plan were very conceptual, basically coinciding with the general idea that since 2004, subdivisions have had to account for their own stormwater management, but not necessarily showing exact pond sizes, but just basically generally showing where ponds could go. And this is definitely the area both in the neighborhood plan and from a site topography standpoint where the stormwater would go. What we don't know when those plans are done is exactly how much land will drain into those ponds, and they generally get bigger as subdivisions come from those neighborhood plans. So we go from a higher level down to a much more detailed, nuanced study. So there has been identified over the last 2 years greater need for stormwater management on this site. It's not just a low spot. Generally, the area that I'm circling here with my cursor not just a low spot for the site, but really for all of the land south of the Madison Water Utility reservoir facility that's about a quarter mile to the north of the site. It's a fairly large piece of or land area that drains to this area. And this is the first development in the area. And so they have a higher burden for stormwater management on them because they're dealing with water that comes upstream to them. It's just kind of a naturally occurring consequence of when this property is developing versus other parts of the same sub-watershed. So the staff report acknowledges that, because of the additional area needed to serve or provide stormwater management for the subject site, the loss of land in the TRU1 district represented by the new proposal for Lot 1 that, staff was willing to do some horse trading, if you'll borrow a phrase, and allow Lot 2 to be denser than it was previously approved, and probably, frankly, for sure denser than what the neighborhood development plan calls for, from the standpoint that we're allowing some of the density that was shown and recommended in the neighborhood plan on the south side of what they're showing as Blissful Avenue onto the proposed Lot 2 to account for some of the land area lost south, but kind of drawing a line there and saying that grant of additional density could not extend across all three of those lots now proposed north of Blissful.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then just to the whole point of the Northeast Neighborhood Plan and whether something like what is proposed could be seen to somehow be fulfilling the objective of the plan and meet that hurdle for going against the map. Is there any way that we could get to that point with this additional density? I mean, maybe with other conditions around limiting parking or adding commercial or something, because it's all about land use transportation mix. That was the whole driving force of the Northeast Neighborhood Plan, to try not to have just incremental sprawly single-use development. And so that, to me, having lived it and reread it, that's the hallmark of the plan. And I don't know, are we holding, so the question is, are we holding on to this low density just because it's mapped that way and it doesn't really matter as far as the objectives of the plan, or is it really important to the objectives of the plan to keep it that way?
Sorry, Tim, I didn't realize you'd muted yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had to say goodnight to the kid.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so to Mr. Sundquist's question, really the housing mix rubric in the Northeast Neighborhoods Plan talks about not just increasing density as you go from residential housing mix 1 up through housing mix 4, but also looking at the types of units that are going to be developed in each of those sub-districts. And really trying to provide a spectrum of housing units within the neighborhood planning area, and to the extent applicable when we zone and subdivide individual properties. And so as noted in the staff report, you can do a lot of the same types of housing in both the existing SRV2 and the proposed TRU1 zoning for lots 3 and 4. The differences come from bulk in terms of lot area per dwelling unit, usable open space per dwelling unit, in some cases building placement. And that's really where I think you'll find a lot of development in the TRU1 district over the last 7.5 years has tended to be, larger garden style apartment buildings. It's not exclusively the case. There are certainly cases where we have other building forms in the TRU1 zoning district, but they tend to be complementary to larger apartment complexes, usually as a transition from the density of those larger apartment buildings to perhaps a lower density area nearby. And so really what we're trying to accomplish in Housing Mix 2 is provide a large spectrum of housing that really runs the gamut from single family detached at high densities to small apartment buildings, and in some cases, larger apartment buildings, but abiding by the density recommendations that you see in the plan, 16 unit per net. So really just trying to provide a spectrum so that we get something between single family detached housing on your pretty standard 6,000 or 8,000 square foot lot, and then large apartment buildings so that we can get a broad spectrum of housing in these areas. So I can follow up with any additional information. Hopefully that was
well, so you're holding the line on this, is reflecting the need for the spectrum of housing more than, is this too far away from the activity center or something like that?
Yeah. I think even Ms. Hagens in her comments acknowledged that their earlier plan had that sort of range of housing that Housing Mix 2 espouses. I think we acknowledged that in our 2018 staff report. I think looking more broadly, we have a large activity center proposed at the intersection of Reiner Road and Commercial Avenue, about a quarter mile, maybe half a mile to the east of the site. We have an opportunity for some higher density at the intersection of Felland and Commercial, going from Housing Mix 4 through Housing Mix 3 to Housing Mix 2. But the predominant housing type recommended for the Jana Village site is Housing Mix 2. Probably about 50% of the land area, maybe a little bit less, recommended for Housing Mix 2, with Housing Mix 1 further to the north approaching Bridal Downs to transition to the existing town subdivision, and then going south from Housing Mix 2, into greater density, as you approach Felland and Commercial, with even the opportunity for some neighborhood serving commercial to be incorporated in that Housing Mix 3 and Housing Mix 4 area. But for Jana Village, the majority of the site is Housing Mix 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sundquist. Are there further questions of staff? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. This question is also for Tim. I just want to verify that planning's density recommendations, and they're all part of the condition of approval 1, right? So if we accept the recommendations of planning, those are already included in the conditions of approval.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions of staff? Seeing no questions of staff, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll move that the Plan Commission forward the zoning map amendment, rezoning 754 to 904 Felon Road from A to SR-C1, SR-C3, and TR-U1 for Lot 2. and revise the preliminary plat and final plat of Jenna Village subdivision to the Common Council with the recommendation of approval.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, I think to be consistent with their plan, I think that we almost have to do what I just said and what staff is recommending, because I think there's an opportunity maybe in the future for the development team to submit a plan that may have a little bit higher density. But in absence of that, and in absence of amending the plan, I think that we'd have no other option.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other comments, discussion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda items 13 and 14. 13 is Legistar 61669, located at 1313 Regent Street, 13th Alder District. Consideration of a conditional use in the traditional shopping street district to construct a mixed-use building with greater than 24 dwelling units. Consideration of a mixed-use building with less than 75% non-residential ground floor area. Consideration of a rear or side yard height transition to residential districts exceeding the height and/or ratio limitation. Consideration of a building that exceeds 3 stories and 40 feet in height. Consideration of a building exceeding 25,000 square feet of floor area for a mixed-use building. Consideration of an alteration to an outdoor eating area associated with a food and beverage establishment. Consideration of an alteration to an outdoor recreation area, and consideration of a parking reduction of more than 20 vehicle parking spaces and 25% or more of the required parking to allow a 3-story addition above and behind an existing 10,377 square foot 1-story commercial building containing 63 apartments, 23 surface parking stalls, and 37 underground parking stalls. And agenda item 14, Legistar 61680, approving a certified survey map of property owned by FCS Plan B LLC, located at 1313 Regent Street, 13th Alder District. I believe that we have a staff report by Ms. Prusak.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Plan Commission. The applicant requests approval of multiple conditional uses, which were just enumerated by the chair, in order to construct a 3-story addition above and behind an existing 1-story restaurant brew pub, which you may all know as Lucky's. The applicant also requests approval of a certified survey map to combine several underlying lot lines and incorporate the 7 South Randall parcel into their property. The addition will include 63 apartment units, which will extend out towards Bowen Court to the south. The building will stand at 4 stories along Regent Street and will be connected to 3-story townhouse-style units along Bowen Court. The development will include 37 underground parking stalls for residents and 23 surface parking stalls for Lucky's customers. This item was originally scheduled for the last Plan Commission meeting on September 14th, but it was referred due to some last-minute changes to the parking lot and in order to accommodate more seasonal outdoor seating. As proposed, the revised patio space will replace 6 surface parking stalls from May 15th to October 15th. The subject property is covered by multiple plans, including the comprehensive plan and the 2008 Regent Street South Campus neighborhood plan. The comp plan recommends neighborhood mixed use for the Regent fronting half of the site and low medium residential for the Bowen Court fronting half of the site, which is intended to serve as a transition from more intensive to lower intensity areas. The more detailed Regent Street South, I'll just say the Regent Street plan, also recommends neighborhood mixed use for the Regent side and medium density for the Bowen Court side. And the plan contains a maximum building heights map, which recommends for 4 stories on Regent Street and 3 stories on Bowen Court. The Regent Street plan also contains design guidelines for residential development within this planning area, including the use of high quality, durable materials for the base of the building, green design, parking located behind the building, and a 15-foot setback above the 3rd floor on Regent Street. On balance, staff believes that this proposal generally conforms to the adopted plan recommendations. While the Regent Street height map calls for 3 stories on the southern half of the site, the medium density land use recommendation suggests more flexibility regarding the height transition from high density to single family. So as designed, the planning division believes that the townhouse style units complement the existing pattern of development along Bowen Court and provide that transition from higher density to a more residential neighborhood. So therefore, if the Plan Commission can find that the transition and massing is appropriate, then staff believes that the height can be found consistent with the plan. In regards to all of the conditional use standards, staff believes that it's possible for the Plan Commission to find them all met. However, as proposed, the reconfigured outdoor recreation area, the sand volleyball court, can't be approved at this time as it doesn't meet the 25-foot setback requirement by zoning. And while a large parking reduction is sought, 102 stalls to be exact, the planning division still believes that standard 10 can be found met. The site is centrally located and in close proximity to the university. It's well connected by sidewalk, bus, and nearby bike routes. And I'll also note that the Plan Commission approved an 80 stall reduction in 2018, and the introduction of the residential component on the property resulted in the need for this larger request. But the applicant is providing 37 underground parking stalls for 63 units. And then lastly, in regards to standard 9, staff has some concerns over the facade treatment above the existing Lucky's building and the architectural cohesiveness of the existing 1-story brick building and the 3-story addition above and behind the structure. So if the Plan Commission cannot find that the standards is met, then staff recommends that the commission refer this item to the Urban Design Commission for additional comment and review, or instead of requesting referral to the UDC, the Plan Commission can also add a condition of approval requesting specific design changes to be approved by staff as part of final sign-off. And further detail on each conditional use request, as you know, there's a lot, is provided in the staff report. And also, in order to facilitate this development, the Plan Commission, the applicant requests approval of a CSM. While this will be the largest parcel on the south side of Regent Street, staff notes that the 1313 Regent property has historically operated as one lot, and therefore staff recommends approval of the CSM subject to the comments and conditions from the reviewing agencies. In regards to public input, both Greenbush and Violet's Neighborhood Association provided letters of support to the commission, which are available on Legistar. While both letters reference a potential beer garden, I'll note that this staff is not before the Plan Commission tonight, and any future beer garden on the property would require an ordinance change from the Common Council. So therefore, considering all that, on balance, staff believes that the approval standards can be found met, but requests that the Plan Commission give careful consideration to the height transition towards Bowen Court and the building aesthetics along Regent Street. If the Plan Commission can find that the approval standards for conditional uses are met, then the Planning Division recommends that the Plan Commission approve the conditional use requests. And if they can find that the conditional uses are met, then you should also recommend approval of the certified survey map. And I think that's all I have for now, and I'll be able to answer questions after the public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Prusak. I will open the public hearing. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Kevin Burrow, 7601 University Avenue, Middleton. In support, wishing to speak, representing Kanothi and Bruce Architects. Mr. Burrow.
All right, good evening again. Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what you have before you is the overall site layout that is currently owned by the Lucky's group, where they were able to pick up the site off Randall Street to provide access to this parcel. Next slide, please. Here you can see the proposed development where we are looking to do a 3-story addition above the top of the existing Lucky's, and also bridging across the parking area and then creating townhomes along Bowen Court, as was previously mentioned. So access to the underground parking is achieved off of South Randall Avenue, directly down to the underground. And then vehicular access to the surface parking lot is a one-way configuration based on recommendations from city staff to be in off of Regent Street and exiting onto Bowen Court, so that there is not two-way traffic trying to exit onto Regent Street at any time. Next slide, please. So here's the overall landscaping plan, where you can see we are doing perimeter landscaping around this development to provide screening as necessary to the adjacent residential properties, and then also creating a front lawn terrace area along Bowen Court as well. Next slide, please. Here's a representation of the outdoor seating area, which would just be seasonal use only, where we are able to achieve the 82 seats, which has currently been approved for this development. So it's critical that the existing outdoor seating, especially in these COVID environments, be maintained at all costs. So that is our proposed layout for that. Next slide, please. The basement parking contains 37 stalls and extends underneath only the new portions of the addition. There are no basement under the existing Lucky's building. Next slide. The overall site plan here in first floor shows how there are 5 townhome units fronting along Bowen Court, and then the existing Lucky's will be maintained as is the restaurant and brew pub area. Next slide. So the upper stories contains a mixture of studios, 1 and 2-bedroom apartments to achieve 63 total units. Next slide. Again, this is the 3rd floor plan where you can see the additional units. Next slide. Here we'd like to highlight the fact that we are introducing green roofs in order to achieve the stormwater management for this property, and then also stepping back the common area roof plaza along Bowen Court so that it does not extend out to the edge in order to maintain some privacy for the residential areas to the south. Next slide. So again, an intensive green roof on the main roof of the large addition. Next slide. These are the overall colored renderings. Let's just jump to the perspective views. So next 2 slides. So here's the perspective view showing the front of Lucky's with the addition on top. Next slide. Here's a better view also looking down towards Lucky's. Next slide. You can see the transition on the 3-story townhome side where the buildings do step down. We've introduced the brick elements similar to the facade treatments as along the front of Lucky's to try and be as cohesive as possible with regards to the overall architecture for this development.
Mr. Burrow, that concludes your time available.
Okay,
Thank you. Are there, okay, one more registrant, Leah Jacobs, 1624 Madison Street, Madison, Wisconsin, neither support nor oppose, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions representing the Vilas Neighborhood Association. Are there questions for either of the registrants? Ms. Solheim.
I have a question for Mr. Burrow. There was reference in the staff report about some of the challenges of using heavier materials on Regent Street, including brick, and I was just wondering if you could provide a little more detail on that.
Yes, I could. Thank you very much. So in regards to the vertical addition on top of Lucky's, it is a challenge to introduce a heavy material such as masonry above an existing roof structure in order to have it fully supported. So we are introducing some composite siding materials along that facade in order to have it be structurally sound, as we cannot build directly down to foundation, fully building above an existing structure. So we've introduced the brick along the backside and raised that up as much as possible, and then tried to be as cohesive as we could with all the materials from front to back of this overall development.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Burrow also, but I'd also ask if Ms. Prusak can put up the presentation that was up earlier. I'd like to see the front of the building along Regent Street. That must have been one of the last images that was shown. I obviously that, there was comment, there's the rear. Yeah, it must have been the previous one. Yeah, those. So, I will say it does seem a little incongruous, but hearing the discussion about materials that are available to you was informative. I'm looking at the windows and even just the window openings on the top 3 floors, and how they don't really seem to relate to what is somewhat evocative of older industrial type spaces. Can you explain why you chose the window openings and the actual windows as you did?
Sure. What we were trying to achieve was a contemporary look with regards to the upper portions of the building being located here on campus. We are utilizing the same window color framing materials. Clearly, what's on the existing Lucky's is all storefront material, storefront glass, which would not be conducive for residential units. But we are trying to do some larger scale windows that have operable portions through them as well, which is why we have the casement style windows shown, and then also awnings as well to provide ventilation.
Where are the awnings? Or
the lower portion of the what looks to be 2 stacked windows, and then the single vertical windows could be a casement window which would swing outward.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Alder Heck, did you have any other questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for registrants? Any other questions for registrants? I have one question. It's mentioned the possibility of referring to urban design. And I'm wondering from the applicant what the schedule or the hoped for schedule is. What would a, say, 6-week delay in approval mean in your plans?
I can do my best to answer this. And I believe that the developer, Rod Ripley, also registered to be available to answer questions, and that you did not mention him previously. So I'm not sure if the record reflects that or not.
No, we do not have a person by that name on the list that I have anyway.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like we may have gotten somebody in by that name, tech facilitator?
Yes, we did.
Okay. As available to answer questions?
Correct.
Okay, very good. He's up. So, Mr. Ripley? Mr. Ripley? Can you answer the question in regard to scheduling? It seems he's having a problem unmuting on his side.
I believe he's unmuted, but I think there is a problem with the microphone. I heard something that sounds very odd. I can hear just a little bit, but it sounds like it's playing through at double speed or something.
Mr. Burrow, do you have any comments on that question?
Well, it is our desire to obtain our approvals as soon as we can, just so we can move this project forward to work into budgeting. We want to be able to start construction within the spring of the following year, so coming up here. So it would be our preference to try and obtain an approval and work with staff on any modifications as needed or requested. But clearly we will not be opposed to a referral to urban design if you feel that is what is best. But again, we would prefer to have things worked out with staff if possible.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burrow. Since it doesn't appear that we're going to be able to hear from Mr. Ripley, I will ask again, are there any other questions for the registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Based on the discussion we had with urban design, they indicated that they like to respond to a plan. And the only plan that we have is a plan that the planning staff has indicated it's incongruous with, you know, the building. So how can we overcome that? Because the developer, the architect is saying that they can't do brick because of the structural integrity of the one-story building. So I guess do we have them look at the plan and say, and they could say, well, we agree that, you know, it just doesn't work. And then they recommend other materials, or I guess I'm looking to staff to kind of address that.
I think my best suggestion here would be that if this indeed does get referred to the Urban Design Commission rather than the alternative of clear direction to work with staff, I think that it would be good to advise the applicant to present to the Urban Design Commission an alternative that they feel, you know, presents a more congruous architecture along Regent Street, and leave it at that, but allow them to create an alternative so that UDC can react to it, rather than taking something to UDC and just asking UDC to make recommendations on how to resolve it.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Seeing that, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I guess I have a question on a motion. Should we, I guess, well, I'm prepared to recommend approval with a referral. So, or should we just refer it and then have it come back and then review the merits of the project?
The latter would work better for a conditional use where the Urban Design Commission is advisory to Plan Commission. It really would need to then come back to Plan Commission. Hence the questions about the delay.
Okay. Well, then I would move that we forward this plan to the Urban Design Commission for them to look at the congruity of the Regent Street facade and have the development team come up with a concept that they can work with staff to develop for urban design review to address that concern that we have.
Ms. Stouter, is that clear? Is that motion clear?
Yes, and I think it would be strengthened with a finding that standard 9 is not yet met as a reason for that referral.
Okay, and that standard 9 has not been yet met, and that's why we're referring it to the Urban Design Committee. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hagenow, are you seconding? Yes, okay, seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, when it comes back to us, I'll speak at that point in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a hand raised to object. Seeing no hands raised, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 19, Legistar 61819, located at 1018 through 1034 Walsh Road, 15th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in Industrial Limited District for indoor recreation and consideration of a conditional use in the Industrial Limited District for outdoor recreation to allow construction of a private dog park with incidental alcohol sales. Ms. Prusak.
Thank you, Chair, and hello again, members of the Plan Commission. Moving to another side of the city, the applicant requests a conditional use approval to establish a private dog park with incidental alcohol sales. The applicant proposes to convert the majority of the northern half of the site into an off-leash dog play area and plans to develop the southern portion of the site with a parking lot and 2,400 square foot building, which will contain a small bar and outdoor seating area. The Planning Division believes that the conditional use approval standards can be found met with this proposal. Staff recognizes that this site is within a planned and zoned industrial area with a variety of industrial uses, but does not believe that the proposal will have significant impacts on these uses that are already permitted and established in the district. Further, given the minimal site improvements proposed, staff doesn't believe that the establishment of this private dog park will preclude redevelopment of the property in the future to better conform with the adopted plan recommendations for industrial and commercial uses. Since the staff report was published, staff received public comment from an industrial neighbor in opposition to the proposal, mainly citing traffic concerns and pedestrian and cyclist safety. There are no sidewalks in this area and street lighting is limited. The Traffic Engineering Division reviewed this proposal and did not include any major non-standard conditions of approval, as they anticipate that the majority of trips to and from this site will be off-peak or weekend trips, and they will have a minor impact on truck traffic that occurs mostly during daytime hours. Conditions of approval number 16 and 17 in the staff report require that the applicant provide a security deposit prior to the start of the development to cover any improvements like public signing, marking, or lighting related to the development if deemed appropriate or if complaints arise. Considering the conditions of approval related to dog waste, environmental safeguards, and traffic, staff recommends that the Plan Commission find the conditional use standards met and approve the request to allow indoor and outdoor recreation with incidental alcohol sales on a property zoned industrial limited. Thank you, and I will be able to answer questions after the public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Prusak. I will open the public hearing. We have a couple of registrants, John and Cynthia Everett, 4200 Sycamore Avenue, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. I'm not sure if it's going to be Mr. or Ms. Everett speaking. Go ahead, please. Oh, they're representing Stearns Packaging Corporation, 4200 Sycamore Avenue.
Okay, you're unmuted on our end. If you could unmute on your end. You should be seeing a prompt to unmute. You select that, you should be able to speak.
Mr. and Ms. Everett?
Looks like you're unmuted on your end as well. You want to try speaking? You're unmuted on the Zoom software. You may have, if you have a different microphone, your microphone may be muted if you want to give that a shot.
Okay, let's move on to the next registrant, and we will try coming back then to the Everetts. The next registrant is Stephen Anthony Ritzer, 5500 Alder Road, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Mr. Ritzer, indicating not representing the developer or anybody associated with the project. Mr. Ritzer?
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. I am the property owner, so I am representing the business in general. So I apologize for definitely clicking on the wrong thing.
Okay, thank you.
Sydney pretty much well stated everything as far as the business operations, as far as our hours being mostly evenings and weekends. Our entire property will be fenced in, and we will have a series of on-leash and off-leash areas. As seen in some of the pictures, those are kind of some computer-generated renderings that we have on what we hope to succeed in doing with a well-lit area. And our parking lot is set to have 23 stalls, so we will have off-street parking and limit some of the on-street combustion. But other than that, that's pretty much all I have for my statement. If I'm available to answer questions, we have security camera layout, pictures of the fencing that we plan to use, a black chain link, so looks a little bit nicer than just regular galvanized. And that's the layout from the City of Madison and the engineer on the landscape plan with trees and bushes planted with our parking lots and the far left-hand south side of the lot there with the building next to it.
Does that conclude your comments, Mr. Ritzer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to questions after we check to see if we can hear from Mr. or Ms. Everett again. Can we give that one more try?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, thank goodness. All right, thank you. So in the frantic trying to figure out how to make the microphone work, I put my papers down, I'm sorry. So Stearns Packaging, this is a T intersection, and Stearns Packaging is on the north side of the street. There's one stop sign and one traffic light in the entire area. I mean, not traffic light, it's a street light. One street light and one stop sign on Walsh Road facing the T intersection. I took some photos today. This is 15 minutes worth of truck traffic. And you can see the truck traffic crosses the bike lanes, and there's confusion whether they make a left or a right. Later, you'll see if it gets busier, they back up. When they make their turn, they're almost at the planned parking lot section of this site. We, of course, do not believe that in the evenings, a mix of beer and darkness and no parking, and you can see where the cars are parked in the PDFs I sent you. There's no parking there in the evenings. We just find this a very unsafe plan. Also, I've noticed because there's a DNR problem on the land, they have no intention of improving the site because they don't want to scrape the ground. to improve the site. And I'm wondering how they're going to erect this building without digging the ground to put in a footing. But with that, I hope you look at the traffic problems on the PDF file I sent you. Stearns Packaging feels that in order to block the unimproved lot that they're proposing with the slab on it with the dogs, that they put up opaque fencing around the dog park, not transparent fencing, that sidewalks for pedestrians be installed at the curbside on Walsh Road and Sycamore Avenue, that sidewalk crossing lines that cross 3 directions on the 3-way corner get put up, that street lighting sufficient to make the area daylight get put up, that lighted pedestrian crossing signals get put up on the 3-way corner. Lastly, Stearns Packaging would like to voice a concern about the dog park plan hosting large music events. It is likely they plan on using Stearns Packaging site for unauthorized parking at these events. There is no parking on the street. Stearns Packaging believes that a dog beer park is not planned sufficient parking for their site in their business plan that they're presenting for the city for approval. Lastly, you're saying off hours, but the truth is these truckers come in that are hauling hazmat. Come in, they park, they arrived after delivery hours, and they park their trucks. They're coming in day and night. And I'm at Stearns, and we mix at night. We have staff here at night a couple times a week. So there is no off hours here.
That's your available testimony time. Thank you, Ms. Everett.
Thank you.
Are there questions of any of the registrants or either of the registrants? Questions of either registrant? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ritzer, a question. I have to admit, I'd never heard of a private dog park before. Can you tell me more about how that works?
Once we have
examples of it, is it just something I'm not familiar with?
There are multiple others kind of throughout the country. There's a few in Texas, Kentucky, Seattle, Cleveland. There are a few others that we've kind of modeled after, gotten some ideas from. But as far as when people bring their dogs there, it's a fee to bring a dog, and then that's kind of their agreement to abide by the rules. We're kind of modeling after the same rules of the city of Madison with the licensing for having your dog spayed or neutered, vaccination, stuff like that. And then once we get into, you have the opportunity to do memberships, whether it's annual or monthly or even just daily. And then the incidental alcohol sales is either whether it's just beer or we're not offering any food on site, but we have applied for food carts. And that's kind of the general description of what we're hoping to maintain as far as the business day-to-day operations.
Is there a capacity related to the alcohol license?
Yes, there is. And there's a capacity related to our building also with the amount of square footage.
Can you say what those are?
With the alcohol license, we have 50 indoor and 150 outside.
And thank you. And my final question is, can you address the point raised about the DNR issues and what you're doing?
Yes, absolutely. We have the DNR reports is the contaminated land is on the north end of the property where the blacktop and the concrete slab is. Where we're building is not contaminated. There's been multiple soil tests done on that portion of the land and the soil has not been contaminated. And then the statement about us not improving it is false because we are adding soil to the blacktop and concrete area in order to grow green grass. So we're further improving it from the existing cap that was approved by the DNR in the city of Madison.
And just remind me, I'm going to look at your application. What is the number of parking stalls on the site?
There's 23 parking stalls.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have a question about parking also, I guess. I want to make sure I understand the parking situation in the neighborhood over there. So you'll have 23 parking stalls for indoor capacity of 50, outdoor capacity of 150. Your neighbor who spoke earlier said there's no street parking at all allowed, and in that they fear that on weekends or when you have larger events, I guess that the people would tend to park in their lot. Is it true there's no street parking at all, even though I saw people parking on the street in some of those photos?
That is definitely not true. There is street parking.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood them. So your thought is that it seems like you'll exceed the capacity of your parking lot fairly often, because most everybody that comes there, I assume, will arrive in a vehicle. So is parking available on both sides of the street parking? There must be a lot of competition at times, since in the photos we saw there were already quite a few cars parked. Do you have any thoughts about that? How is the parking situation in the surrounding area from your point of view?
In the daytime, there is cars and I think Stearns uses the street parking also, but there are a number of street parking down the entire length of Walsh Road on the west side of the street, on our side of the street.
And do you anticipate that you'll be open? What are your hours during the week, let's say? Or
Monday through Thursday, we are 4 to 11. Friday, it was noon to 11, and then Saturday and Sunday, 8 to 11.
So you're not open during weekdays, perhaps when there's during the day when there might be the heaviest competition for street parking, although it sounds like Stearns operates sometimes other than during weekdays.
Right. Correct. Yes. And with the on-street parking, there is, I guess, multiple spaces that are open farther down. There's a business right next to us, Deconstruction Inc., and they have spaces in front of their business. There seems to be the majority of the street is open during the day, except for closer to Sycamore Road.
And are you, since you're going to be open at night fairly often, are you concerned about the lighting on the street?
I think with the lighting that we intend to use inside the business, and with just the kind of decorative chain link fence, I don't see that as an issue. But without, I guess, seeing it up, it's hard to say what the street lighting will actually be. But we hope to have a very well lit property with good lighting throughout the park area and off the building and the parking lot included.
Thanks. Just one more question. What type of seating will there be outside?
Picnic tables mostly. That's pretty much, throughout the area. We hope to have paths with more picnic tables ending at kind of random locations throughout the property. A larger portion of picnic tables in the on-leash area so people can sit and enjoy that more.
And do you know approximately how many picnic tables you'd have outside, just ballpark, even if you don't know?
Probably 20 to 25, depending, and we'll obviously add more if we need to. It's not something we have a set standard on. It's just if there's a lack of seating, then we will plan to add more.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Spencer. Commissioner Spencer?
Yes.
We can't hear you.
1 second. Can you hear me now?
Yes. You're faint, but yes.
All right, I'll try to speak loudly. Can you hear me a little bit?
Yes.
All right, I had a question for Mr. Ritzer. So this is a private dog park, and I wasn't sure if you had envisioned people just, if they had a membership, just showing up, or will they have to reserve a time to come and use the facility? Thank you.
We do not have plans for people to make reservations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Foster.
Thank you. My question is also for the applicant. I believe the parking restrictions that were mentioned are from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You mentioned the hours of operation going until 11 p.m. Have you had any conversations with traffic engineering about those current restrictions and possibilities to change the hours of the restrictions?
We have not.
And do you anticipate any issues with people in attendance after 9 p.m. using on-street parking that would become restricted at that time?
I don't foresee any issues, no, but we're obviously willing to make arrangements if something needs to be changed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant? I do have a couple of questions. The hours that you mentioned are at odds with what I see in the staff report. The staff report says Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Have you changed your concept in terms of hours?
No, I apologize. I have that wrong.
Okay, so the staff report hours are what you're intending?
Staff report is correct.
Okay, thank you. Another question, what do you intend to do with the dog waste? This has come up in pet sitting places before. How are you intending to deal with that?
So the City of Madison Parks Department for their dog parks uses a company called Scoops, and we have reached out to them, and there's, I think, 4 or 5 others in the Dane County area that we plan to contract to handle that and is the safe and manageable way possible. That's one of the companies that's not going to be a stored on site scenario, so everything will be disposed of properly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ritzer. One further question. I know that some of our city dog parks, there has been a real challenge with trying to keep turf grass growing in dog parks. Have you contemplated what you might do if you have that same problem?
With the mixture of gravel walkways and having grass, and we will deal with that as it comes up, but we would like to have as much green grass as possible to present a nice kind of clean looking area. But the turf is not out of the question, and we have seen that at other businesses.
So you're saying, fake grass, then you're looking at the possibility of doing that? Is that what you're saying?
No, sorry. we're not looking at doing the fake grass. The intention is to use as much real grass as possible, and we're in areas where we can't get it to grow, then we will plan on using a gravel path to it that ends in a picnic table, or we'll manage that as we kind of get to it. But the intention is to have green, real grass.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Alder Rummel.
I noticed, Mr. Spitzer, that in your in the staff report it says live music will occur occasionally on site, as well as other events to encourage human and canine friendships. Can you talk about the live music, and I guess maybe it's a staff question, but is there a separate process for that, or is that with this conditional use? I want to make sure we're all clear.
For that route, we would be applying for the live music, but that's kind of an intention down the road if that's something that works out for us. We haven't applied for that because we don't intend on doing that immediately. Our main goal is to get the park area set up and keep people happy with seating areas, and the live music will be down the road if it works, and if it's approved by the city, great. If not, that's not the main intention.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I just Googled this address, and this map must be out of date because it shows some kind of Quonset hut warehousing on a piece of that parcel. Is your building proposed on the south portion of the lot? And if you could put up your site plan again, that would be helpful. And you've said that the contaminated area is on the north side.
Correct.
And that's where you're going to put dirt and grass seed and develop kind of a lawn on that potentially contaminated area of the site. Is that right?
That's correct. That's the far north end is the around, and that must be an old map because it is a vacant lot currently other than the blacktop and concrete. And that will be the area that we are covering. And the blacktop and concrete is the cap on the contaminated soil. And then we will further cover that to make the pervious surface for the green grass and to kind of clean that area up.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you.
And yes, the building, your first question, yes, the building is on the building and parking lot are on the far south end of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. Question for the applicant again. Can you describe your plans for months of the year when the ground is frozen, and are you anticipating a lot less use in the winter? Your building will be heated and things, so I assume you're planning on indoor guests mostly in the winter?
The plan for the building is having the garage doors open. We have heated floors set so we can have kind of a comfortable environment on our outdoor patio. And then we do fully intend on doing snow removal and whatever we have to do to clear off the area so people can still use it safely, similar to the Madison dog parks where they clear the walkways and still make it usable for people to walk around. Is our full intention to still make it as usable as possible.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned about blasting heat out of the building for all the time that you're open in the winter, but that makes sense about the turf. Thanks.
Not necessarily blasting heat out. It'll be just, the intention would be to use one garage door, kind of crack it open a little bit so people, but it depends on, if it's 20 below, we're not going to open the garage doors, but if it's one of the not so cold days, then we'll try and keep people as comfortable as possible.
Thank you.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you. The more I hear you talk to more questions I have. Can you talk about your experience dealing with human and dog, behavior and how what's your business plan for dogs that fight or people that fight because they're drinking or that kind of stuff?
Well, I think when it comes down to the people fighting, we'll do kind of what any other bar does and use the local law enforcement. But with dogs fighting, we have our guest waiver that involves people with a strike policy. If their dog is an issue, we will have people working the yard, keeping an eye on certain dogs. And if it comes to a point, then that dog will be asked to leave. But our security plan also has the cameras, so we have full coverage on anything that does happen. But we will have people in the yard area monitoring the dogs, working with kind of some of the other dog daycare areas. They have certain standards on dogs fighting. They get separated immediately, and they kind of different ways on keeping them apart. And if it's a first strike, then they get put on a leash, and that'll be kind of as on a 1 strike, 2 strike basis.
So dogs are not automatically on a leash inside?
Inside, yes, they are on a leash, and then
building, but not on the grounds.
Correct, and then immediately outside the patio, that's still on leash, and then the secondary area will be the big open area part that's off leash.
Thank you.
So anywhere in or near the building is on leash.
Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I have a related question. What is your staffing plan?
As far as the dog area itself, and that's another thing that we plan to have at least probably 4 to 6 people out in the yard area, including myself and my business partner. And then we will have a bar manager, and there will be a person at the door at all times checking people in and going over the waiver.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of either of the registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Questions of staff? Alder Rummel.
As an alder who's been dealing with public dog parks and where they're located for quite a few years, there is like a standard for 2 acres of land, and that gets to the question about turf upkeep. When staff looked at this, I know it's not the same, it's a private business, but did you consider like what we do in other parts of the city and how that might apply to a business use that's similar?
Whoever's going to answer that, you want to raise your hand? Okay. Ms. Prusak.
Well, the Parks Division and Engineering Division did review this, and their main concerns were for runoff into Starkweather Creek and to make sure that there were safeguards in place so that didn't happen. But for overall maintenance of their property, that wasn't really considered in their review. I mean, the expectation is that they're going to upkeep their property, and especially in terms of protecting that cap with the DNR. But there wasn't a requirement of turf versus grass or how to treat it. That wasn't part, just as long as that it complies with the erosion control measures and the DNR requirements.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I will recommend that the Plan Commission find the conditional use standards met and approve this request to allow indoor recreation and outdoor recreation with incidental alcohol sales at on a property zoned industrial limited district.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I think this is a limited use actually on this site, and that the concerns of the neighbor are valid, but I think that again it's a limited use, and I think that well, good luck to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Alder Foster.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to share that I am supportive of the proposal. It did go through ALRC and was reviewed for a number of things, including security and impact to neighbors, et cetera, and did receive approval for their license there. I have not heard from a lot of neighbors, but some of the adjacent industrial neighbors, other than the ones that spoke tonight, are supportive of the proposal, and the broader residential neighborhood is also broadly supportive. So I don't have any concerns aside from the parking restrictions that I mentioned. So I really would encourage the applicant to review that with traffic engineering. I have a feeling that the current restrictions are really meant to prevent overnight parking there. But I think it would be unfortunate for the guests of this establishment to have an overlap of an hour or two where parking is prohibited. So I would strongly encourage them to get that sorted out.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Any other comments before we come to a vote? Okay, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to indicate otherwise. Seeing no raised hand, the motion passes. Moving on to the Secretary's report. Ms. Stouter.
Thank you very much. I'll offer just a few highlights from our upcoming meetings, October 19th and November 9th. So on the 19th, we'll have the return of the Ramish Farm plat and rezoning. And again, this is for 124 single family lots and 7 lots for future multifamily on the far north side of the city. And then next listed there on the agenda, you'll see the amendment to the official map to map street reservations for future streets in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, and then a related rezoning request for basically proactively rezoning a few properties within that plan area. Both of those items will actually be referred to the November 9th meeting. Next on the list, 920 East Main Street. This is a proposal on the 900 block of East Washington and East Main for the incorporation of a residential building, mixed-use building with 75 apartments and ground floor commercial space along East Main Street. And there will be an associated amendment to the Capital Gateway Corridor Plan that comes before you concurrent with this land use proposal. And then a little further down, the 1 block 1 to 19 North Pinckney Street and 120 East Washington Avenue. This is another one that you've probably seen in the media, the ULI proposal for the American Exchange block. It will actually be referred to November 9th as well. Further down the list there, we'll see the return of a proposal on the 1900 block of Winnebago Street and 316 Russell Street. This is for demolition of existing buildings and now for a proposed 3-story mixed-use building with 11 apartments and commercial space. And then finally, 5201 Old Middleton Road is a demolition of a commercial building for construction of a 4-story mixed-use building with 49 apartments. And then moving down to the November 9th agenda, the few that I mentioned would be referred, and also we'll see the return of the proposal at on the 400 block of East Washington Avenue between Franklin and Hancock Streets. This is for demolition and a proposed new building that would now be a 9-story mixed-use building with 148 apartments. Also on that agenda, we'll have a sort of a massive rezoning of property within the rural portions of the town of Blooming Grove, which will be coming into the city at the end of the year. So we'll have a rezoning that will become effective when they do attach to the city. And again, these are mostly the rural portions of Blooming Grove. Not a lot of residents involved in the properties that will be before you on the 9th. And then I'll mention too at the end of the list there, the electric vehicle charging ordinance will be before you on the 9th. That is, I think, at Urban Design Commission this week. It was at the Sustainability Committee tonight. And so it'll be to Plan Commission in early November and then on to Council. Thank you so much. I think that's where I'll leave it for this evening.
Okay. I think we're ready for, unless there are any other announcements from members. Seeing no raised hands, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Commissioner Cantrell, seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. All those in favor? Oh, I assume unanimous consent. Unless a raised hand, otherwise don't see any raised hands otherwise. So thank you all very much and see you next time. Take care.